Well, let's get underway and then welcome any of those who join us remotely. Good morning. I'm David Ammons, Chair of the Washington State Public Disclosure Commission, and I will be presiding officer for today's hearing. I'm pleased to be joined by Chair-elect Fred Jarrett from Mercer Island. He will be welcome to add any comments or questions along the way as he's learning the ropes when he'll be doing this the next. Today is December 17th. The time is 9:32 a.m. The hearing is being conducted under the authority of RCW 3405, the Administrative Procedure Act, WAC 390-28, and RCW 4217A, the Campaign Disclosure and Contribution. The hearing is being held by teleconference in accordance with Governor Inslee's emergency proclamation 20-20, and these proceedings are being video and audio. Today I will be hearing a number of cases in different buckets, if you will, and they are, before we get into group enforcement, we will have an F1 modification request that we'll hear, but I will rely upon to guide us the consideration of these bucket, call them of like situated cases. This time I would like to invite those present to identify for the record.
So I'm Jennifer Hansen, Compliance Officer, and I will be presenting the renewal for a reporting modification this morning, the first item on the agenda.
Tabitha Townsend, Compliance Coordinator.
Tabitha Blacksmith, Compliance Coordinator.
Fox, you're muted.
Oh, thank you. Fox Blackhorn, Compliance Coordinator.
Sorry. Yeah. Yes, and I would like staff who will be presenting today to be sworn in. If you would raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're giving in these cases will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I swear.
I do.
I do.
And they affirm that they have taken this oath that we them. At this point, I will begin the modification request under the policy of the commission. Renewals of this type will be heard by the presiding officer rather than the full commission. So this is, I snagged this when I saw it, and we, instead of dealing with it as part of our recent commission meeting, we put it on this agenda for brief enforcement. So at this point, I would appreciate it if Jennifer Hansen would explain briefly F1 reporting requirement and then present this particular case involving retired Superior Laura Inveen from King County.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So reporting modifications are granted based on the information that is provided to either the presiding officer or to the full commission. They are typically related to an F1, the financial affairs statement, which is filed by elected and appointed officials as well as candidates. In this particular instance, we have a renewal request, a request that has been granted in the past by the full commission of a retired judicial candidate, judicial office holder who has now retired. As Chair Ammons mentioned, the commission has recently discussed hearing these modification renewals of this particular type. There are some criteria that have been set by the commission. This is the first one that has been heard since that discussion was heard during a regular commission meeting and some decisions were made. This modification has been heard and approved recently enough to fit into this category. The commission has also requested that I not, as the staff person presenting this request, that I not spend too much time reading the information for the record. So I will be limiting my information and then waiting it to see if there's any questions from Chair Ammons or from Chair-elect Jarrett. Today, this particular applicant is not participating. Those applicants for reporting modifications can either participate in writing or by phone or in person, as that is allowed in the future. In this particular case, this applicant has filled out a waiver allowing me to present her request on her behalf. And so I will be doing that this morning. Modifications can also be granted for the term of the office or for a more extended period of time. That is not applicable to this applicant today because she did retire last year. So is there anything that I missed, Chair Ammons, that you would like to have on the record?
No, I appreciate that I was provided with the cover sheet that summarized all of that and the full record. And as you say, this has been heard fairly recently. I have no further questions at this point. Commissioner Jarrett, any comments or questions? Hearing none. I will the partial reporting modification as requested on the basis that literal application of the law would cause a manifestly unreasonable hardship on the applicant and that the limited modification would not frustrate the purposes of the act. This is the hearing. Do I need anything further in the way of communication back to the judge?
I wonder, did you want me to?
That doesn't matter, of course.
Mr. Chair, would you like me to read just a tad bit more about her actual request into the record? We included her name and the office and the fact that she had retired last year and this was her final. Would you like anything else from the cover sheet to be verbally read into the record?
Yeah, I thought of that as we were moving along rapidly, that we should note that this is for a spouse of the former judge. And yes, if you would say briefly what the situation is with her spouse and what we have modified, what we are modifying in terms of reporting.
Excellent. This is Laura Inbean. She's a retired Superior Court judge with King County. She retired in August of last year. And so, as we said, this is her final report. She's requesting a renewal of a modification that would exempt her from disclosing all of the law firm clients of her husband's law firm. And this has been requested and approved for granting in the past. Her original was actually granted back in 2008. And so it's been quite a while. And the last time that the commission was able to review this information and approve it was at the April 25th, 2019 meeting. Normally, an applicant would be asked to agree to recuse themselves. She's already bound by some recusal because of her judicial position, and now as a retired judge, that doesn't apply anymore. So that is all that I believe needs to be read into the record. So unless there's something else that Chair Ammons or Commissioner Jarrett would like to.
When a judge retires, they can still serve on an interim capacity. We might want to think about a recusal should they choose to as pro tem. That happens at all levels of the judiciary, where a justice will retire and then come back to hear oral arguments pro tem if there's a vacancy.
Thank you. We will add that to the information.
Thank you.
I'll convey that to Judge Inbean, and then we'll also add that to the process for any other future judges who retire.
Thank you very much. This concludes the modification hearing. We will now move into group enforcement, and someone who would like to do an overview of the enforcement process for candidates and officials.
Thank you, Chair Ammons. I'll be doing that today. So for today's brief adjudicative proceeding, or BAP, this is the 5th BAP that we've done this year for group enforcement. And today's hearing includes respondents who are incumbent and former elected or appointed officials or professional staff of the governor's office and legislature, which I'll refer to from this point on as just the annual officials, who were required to file a personal financial affairs statement or F1 report with the PDC no later than April 15th, 2020, disclosing personal financial activities for calendar year 2019. We also have candidates who are running for office in election year 2020 who are required to file with the PDC no later than June 1st, 2020, a candidate registration or C1 report and an F1 report disclosing financial activities for the previous 12 calendar months prior to becoming a candidate, or both. Candidates seeking office in election year 2020 for a jurisdiction with more than 5,000 registered voters as of the date of the last general election were required to file a C1 report disclosing the office sought, party preference, reporting option selected, principal campaign officers, information about inspections of books, campaign contacts, and other information. Candidates seeking election to office in election year 2020, and all annual officials who served in office during calendar year 2019 in a jurisdiction of more than 2,000 registered voters as of the date of the last general election, were required to file an F1 report disclosing personal financial information about their income sources, real estate holdings, assets and investments, creditor information, and entities that they may have had an ownership interest or were serving as an officer, director, or board member on. As far as the timeline for this year's group enforcement for candidates and annual officials, the candidates were sent a total of 3 email reminders on May 28th, June 4th, and June 9th, 2020, respectively. Annual officials were sent 9 reminder emails between February and May of this year, with 2 additional emails sent specifically for new office holders and outgoing officials on April 15th, 2020. As of April 22nd, 2020, which was the next time we pulled the list, 1,700 of the roughly 5,080 annual officials failed to file as required by RCW 42.17a.700. Starting on June 15th, PDC staff began calling candidates by telephone regarding their missing reports. On July 17th, 2020, PDC staff mailed 465 warning letters to annual officials and 50 warning letters to candidates out of the roughly 989 declared candidates in election year 2020 regarding their missing reports. From July 27th all the way through October 7th of 2020, PDC staff individually called 710 annual officials and representatives of their jurisdictions to remind them of their missed obligation to file. On September 22nd, 2020, PDC staff sent out hearing notices to candidates by both email and regular mail, notifying these candidates of their failure to file the C1 report, the F1 report, or both. On November 17th, 2020, PDC staff sent candidates who did not receive their hearing notices from the first batch that we sent out hearing notices to be heard today. So this is our round 2 for candidates. On November 17th, PDC staff also sent the first round of hearing notices to annual officials to be heard today. On November 17th, 2020, we also sent warning letters to an additional 4 candidates who declared as write-ins towards the end of the election cycle and will be our 3rd round of candidates to be heard in the future. Today, PDC staff bring before you 75 of 5,080 annual officials, constituting 1.3% of the required filing community, and 17 of 989 candidates, constituting 1.7% of the required filing community. Thank you, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you. I appreciate that that recitation of all the due diligence that the staff has done to whittle that number down and to make every attempt to contact the filers of their obligation. I would ask that as we proceed through the day, that if there are any respondents that you were not able to reach, who show signs of not receiving the notice, that would be pointed out to us. I know that we make every effort to reach a live person and to check email bounce backs and surface mail as well, and we use every tool at our disposal to demonstrate that effort to reach folks so that they cannot they can use that as a defense if they say, "Oh, I didn't get it," but it didn't bounce back, and the presumption is that they have received that information and that warning, that request for compliance. So I understand I've received as part of the meeting packet that a number of resolved cases are delineated for us. I would appreciate it if staff would identify those cases that have been resolved through receipt of a signed statement of understanding, the missing reports and penalty payments, or have been resolved administratively.
Chair Ammons,
yes.
Excuse me, but I do see Commissioner Jarrett has his hand up.
Oh, thank you. And go ahead, Commissioner Jarrett. Didn't see that little yellow hand.
Oh, well, I was just testing to see if it worked. No, Fox, really nice presentation. I just for clarity's sake, one of the interesting parts about 2020 was being able to get all of the information that was necessary to fill out the F1. I know I was challenged with that in my own case. Of the people that we're doing enforcements on today, have any of them made partial submissions as opposed to actually finishing and certifying the F1?
Well, that's a great question. And unfortunately, the answer is probably a little bit more complicated. So when the COVID crisis started, we amended the F1 filing application to add a little checkbox so that filers could, if they were having difficulty retrieving all of their information due to some sort of circumstance, not able to get into an office, etc., that they could check a box saying, I'm going to file what I can today, and then later on, I will go back and amend it. And then that was a period, I don't know the exact date when it ended, but about the time that the first lockdown started to thaw. When that period of being able to certify COVID circumstances ended, we reached out to all of those filers and said, hey, you said that you would go back and amend, you need to go back and amend. That's not something that's tracked through group enforcement. Group enforcement only tracks compliance with RCW 42 in the matter of F1s 4217A 700, which is, did you file this report by the date that you were supposed to file it? What goes on the report is RCW 4217A 710, and that is not something that we have incorporated into group enforcement, and would take a lot of work to start doing that in a major batch like this as well. And I am not aware.
So the only question is did they get something in on time in the spring?
Not even on time in the spring. Did they get something in before we sent hearing notices in the case of annual officials before November 16th of 2020?
Okay, thank you.
At this point, Fox or BG, I'm wondering whether the record needs to take note of all of those people by name and case number, or I'm certain to do that, have that read into the record if that sounds good. If it's not necessary, those have all been resolved and are not on our plate today. What's your preference? BG, I will ask you as Assistant Director.
I'm sorry, Commissioner. I just stepped away for a second and I'm headed to another meeting. Would you mind repeating the question?
Yes. We have a long list of cases that have been resolved through various means, and I take note of that, and I have names and PDC case numbers and reports involved. Would you like that read into the record, or is the list that's part of our case list, is that adequate for your needs?
I think probably the caseload list is fine. I think that would be fine.
Okay. Hearing no objection, we will take note of all those that have been resolved administratively and through the statement of understanding process, and appreciate that level of compliance. So we will now move to candidates and annual officials who have expressed a desire to participate by telephone or in writing. If person on the list, if I get my papers sorted.
Thank you, Commissioner Ammons.
Is Larry Gossett the first one up? Yes.
No, we have lots of additional people for participation. So if you'll bear with us here, I have the first candidate on the list is Justin, and the last name is spelled Boneau. Bonu.
No.
And if Fox will dial them in.
Dialing now.
Hello, this is Jeff.
And then who will present if we're pulling? Good morning. This is Chair David Ammons at the Public Disclosure Commission. Commission. Welcome to our hearing. We are just beginning to go down a lot of cases before us, and staff present this particular one, and then I will have comments to make. I presume that you do. I will swear you in.
Sure.
The staff's already been sworn in. Okay. Townsend, are you taking point on this one?
Yes, thank you, Chair Ammons. Justin, if you could mute your phone when not speaking, it will help the recording. That's with
Sure thing.
*6. Okay. This is PDC case 80164 against Justin Bonu, and I apologize if I mispronounced that last name. Justin is a candidate, or was a candidate, seeking the office. Oh no, that is not on my list. Anyways, he was a candidate in the 2020 election cycle. First time candidate for public office in 2020. Staff is alleging that Justin Bonu violated RCW 4217A 700 by failing to file or timely file the Personal Financial Affairs Statement, PDC Form F1. The F1 report was due to be filed with the PDC within 2 weeks of becoming a candidate. In 2020, candidate filing week was May 11th through 15th. So the F1 report, or both C1 and F1 reports, were due to be filed no later than June 1st, 2020. Justin has now filed the F1 report after the hearing notice, but before the hearing. We do not have an SOU in place, and there are no prior violations. I am available for questions.
What was the office sought?
Give me just one moment.
I linked that in the chat for you, Tabitha.
Oh, thank you. So that is state representative.
Thank you very much. I don't have any further questions. No, you may be heard now. If you would like to explain further or provide testimony, I will swear you in.
Okay, so do I wait for you to swear me in before?
Very good, thank you. I apologize for our having this remote, and it sometimes works well and sometimes doesn't. I do hear you fine. Would you raise your right hand wherever you are and be sworn in? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. He does. Go ahead. The floor is yours.
Okay. Well, I don't really have a good excuse for not filing in a timely manner. I did. Was briefly a candidate for state representative in the 42nd Legislative District, Position 1. However, due to the pandemic, I found it untenable to continue the campaign. And I think there just was some miscommunication between me and my treasurer at the time with these filings, and this was just an oversight on my behalf. And I've remedied the situation by filing it. And And like I said, I really don't have a very good excuse other than an oversight.
Very, very good. I appreciate the honesty of that. Uh, Tabitha, what is the penalty schedule for this set of factors?
Yes. Staff recommends that you find a violation of RCW 4217A 700 against Justin Banu for failing to file or timely file the F1 report and assess an appropriate penalty in accordance with WAC 390-37-143 for a filer with no prior violations who filed the F1 report by the date of the hearing. That penalty schedule shows $150.
It's what?
$150.
Okay. I will, based on testimony and the conversation with the filer, I'm ready to rule, and I will find that there was a violation. RCW 4217A is 700 or 710? Tabitha.
700. Sorry, I was
That's
muted.
what I thought you said. That's what I thought you said. Thank you. And we'll assess the penalty per the schedule that's provided for in state law for this particular. And an order will be sent out within days. And I appreciate your participating. Thank you. This ends this particular case. Next up, please.
Okay, if Fox will dial in Clifford Cotton.
Actually, we just received word that Joseph Brusick also wants to participate by phone, which will be presented by Tabitha Blacksmith. Tabitha Blacksmith, are you ready for that?
I was going to do that one last, but if he's ready now, who is it again?
Joseph Brusick.
Brusick, Mr. Brusick. Okay. Yeah, let me get that in front of me here.
Okay.
Okay.
Are you ready for that one?
Yes.
Which before you begin that, I'm not spotting him on list.
Joseph just reached out to us at 9:54 a.m. to let us know of intent to participate. So that is not on the list that was sent to you yesterday, and there are quite a few people who.
Is it on the hearing case? Is it on the hearing case list? That's what I'm not spotting his name.
Yes, but it would be in one of the lower categories.
Which bucket would it be in?
I don't have a copy of the one that you're looking at.
I have him on row 10.
It's the latest that unamended. Pardon me?
I have him on row 10 of my spreadsheet, Commissioner. I'm not sure if that helps you.
It looks like previously Joseph Brusick was scheduled for 10:50
I don't have
a.m.
a spreadsheet.
It looks like previously
10:50.
10:50 a.m. the category there. Joseph Brusick on your version would be in that category, but is no longer in that category. There are quite a few people who have
oh, I see him. He was in the 11 o'clock hour. No prior violations who failed to file before the hearing.
Looks like we also got that report.
And the F1's been filed?
Okay, would you dial him and then we will get update status for him, and I presume you will be prepared with an update penalty schedule amount.
Yes, I have everything ready.
All right, then I'm going to dial now.
This is Joe.
Good morning. This is David Ammons, Chair of the Public Disclosure Commission.
Hi.
We have arrived at our place on the docket. If you have time at this point, we're dealing with the F1 report situation.
Yeah.
And would you like to be heard after staff makes a little presentation?
Well,
Or
I
do you just wanna
think we
listen?
can. Well, I would like to just let you know that I am late, and I admit that. I signed the statement of understanding and sent my $100 in on Tuesday. You should be receiving that today. I also completed my F1 and filed it this morning at about 4:15. So
Okay.
I have no I have no excuses, and I apologize.
Thank you for that update. We will. Does Ms. Blacksmith have aware of all of the things that the witness just said?
I just became aware of it as you did, Commissioner. I will say that unfortunately, we cannot accept the statement of understanding in the $100 after the 10th. At the last commission meeting, we decided that we had to cut that off, so it gives us time to prepare for the hearing. So we'll have to send the $100 back to you, Mr. Brusick. I'm sorry. We can't accept the statement of understanding at this point. We will file your F1 though, and we can confirm whether that's been received. But if it hasn't been received by the date of the hearing, by the time of the hearing, the penalty amount is usually a different amount. So it'll be up to the commissioner. But let me read into the record your information for everyone. So this is PDC case number 80250 for Joseph Brusick, who was an annual official, was an annual official for Yakima County. He was county prosecutor. And my notes did say that I do have, my record shows that the F1 has been filed. No statement of understanding had been received by the 10th, but there's no prior violations. So we were going to recommend a penalty of $150, which is the amount on the penalty schedule for someone who filed the F1 before the hearing. So that's about it, unless you want more details.
Can I give an explanation as to my arrival at the?
Yes, would you be sworn in? Would you raise your right hand? Yes. And do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. He does. You can respond right now.
Okay, thank you. I received the letter from the Public Disclosure Commission regarding the hearing set for today and the cutoff date of December 10th on Monday of this week, December 14th. It was sent to 18 South 4th Avenue, Yakima, Washington, which is not an address that I use anymore. It was the treasurer for my original campaign back in 2014. And he did not forward this apparently to me. He's written on the envelope, take to YC, I assume meaning the Yakima County Prosecutor's Office. We received it with a date stamp of December 14th, so it was clearly after the December 10th date. It also was delivered electronically to Joe B at hbbinjurylaw.com, which was my email address back in 2014 when I ran originally. That no longer exists, so I didn't receive this letter and was able to respond to it prior to December 10th. And I certainly, and I called the PDC on Tuesday when I received it on my desk, Tuesday of this week, the 15th, and I updated what I believe, I told the right person. I updated my email address as well as my mailing address, which I changed to my residence, 15007 Tieton Drive, Yakima, Washington. So hopefully that all got updated appropriately. I know and fully I'm responsible for making sure the PDC not only has my information in a timely way, but also updating all that. I understand and take full responsibility for that. And that's why I figured when I talked to the person at the PDC on Tuesday, he said that I could send that check in as well as a statement of understanding and to get the F1 updated, which I have sent.
Commissioner, can I interrupt for one moment? I just wanted to update you that our records do show we did get his F1 report on the 14th of this month. So that has been filed. So the penalty, recommended penalty of $150 would be correct. And then whatever you want to decide. Thank you.
I'm taking note of his comments about the difficulty in communicating. I'm thinking if the chair makes allowance for that, what would be the base unavoidable penalty for him?
Well, we'll have to return the $100 that's coming in, but what we've done in the past is sometimes we've recommended the same amount that we would have accepted if we could have accepted the SOU, which would be $100. So unfortunately, that's probably going to have to. Our process now, as of last month, is to mail that back. But you could assess the same penalty. You could, you could suspend 50 of it and just assess 100. That would be my recommendation.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
You would that sounds acceptable to the presiding officer if you want to proceed on that basis.
Okay. Thank you.
I'll find with the normal language of finding the violation that is pertinent and the rest. So do you need further on this case, Tabitha?
I think I have what I need. So the standard language and $100, correct?
Is that what you said, or was it 50?
Oh, well, I had originally recommended 150 with a suspending 50, which would leave 100. Is that what you want me to put in the order?
Oh, that would leave 100. So that would be if the statement of understanding were timely received, and what we're granting him that little fudge factor. That's what it would be. Correct.
It would be as if we had accepted his SOU if it had arrived by the 10th.
I think that's fair. I mean, it's certainly understandable the events conspired against him. So let's go ahead and do that then.
Thank you.
And
I appreciate that.
Thank you for participating. Bye-bye.
Well, I appreciate your patience. Thank you.
Next, yes, absolutely.
Okay, I think we're going to continue.
Yeah,
I think we're going to continue in an order of presenters. So I'll go through the rest of my telephone participants. I have Clifford Coffin that would like to be called.
Cliff Coffin?
Yes.
What was the last name?
Yeah, it's CAWTHON. It's PDC case number 80163.
I have 80163 and CAWTHON.
Yes.
So let's proceed with that then.
Okay.
Okay, dialing now.
Hello?
Good morning. This is David Ammons at the Public Disclosure Commission. We are holding hearings this morning, and your name is provided as someone who would like and participate as we're discussing your case. Would you raise your right hand and be sworn in?
Yes.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will give in this matter will be the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Very
Yes,
much.
yes,
We're
I do.
required by law to. Thank you. We're required by law to have sworn testimony, and also our staff has already been sworn in. So can we have presentation on this case?
Yes, Chair Emmons. Clifford Cawthon, if I'm mispronouncing that, I'm so sorry, was a candidate in the 2020 election cycle. This is PDC case number 80163. And staff is alleging that Clifford Cawthon violated RCW 4217A 700 for failing to file or timely file the personal financial affairs statement, PDC form F1. The F1 report was due to be filed to the PDC within 2 weeks of the candidate declaring their candidacy with the appropriate elections office or otherwise becoming a candidate. In 2020, candidate filing week was May 11th through 15th, thus making the F1 report due no later than June 1st, 2020. The F1 report for Clifford was filed, and that was filed yesterday, the 16th. There
And
are
what
prior
does the penalty
violations.
schedule tell us?
Yeah, so that would be $150.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Cawthorn, would you like to say anything?
Yes, I would. Can you hear me?
Yes, we sure
Hello?
can.
Excellent. Sorry, I want to unmute. So I appreciate you taking time to allow me to testify. And earlier on this year, I was considering running for office, as many people do. And of course, that was both pre-COVID, but also recently I had purchased a house in very late 2019. So I was in transition period, and I just did not feel ready to run. But more importantly, it was my first time ever doing something like this. I'm a first timer. We're pretty working class. Both me and my fiance work, and I essentially just didn't understand the process. And I was under the presumption that if I didn't file with the jurisdiction I was running in, nor if I filed any additional filings by the date, as I was under the impression, if I didn't file anything, that I wouldn't be running. I wouldn't declare my candidacy, and my name did not appear on the ballot, nor did and I also told several other people, including people who called me that were interested in sending me candidate questionnaires, that I did not want to run for the 47th legislative seat, position 2, if memory serves. So, in short, it was due to my own ignorance that I didn't file the F1 form, and I would really appreciate if y'all could see to just chalking this up to a first-time candidate not understanding the process.
Thank you. Do I understand that you did file during filing week for that position?
Yes.
Well, so I filed with the PDC, but I thought there was an additional filing that was needed to indicate that I wanted to be on the ballot. So that's what I was referring to.
Would you clarify, Tabitha? Do you show
Sorry.
a filing with his local auditor or election office, or just a filing with PDC that he intended to be a candidate?
So the filing with the PDC was filed March 2nd, 2020. And then through conversation, Clifford has stated that he did not file with any local jurisdiction, and I could not find any filing with any local jurisdiction either.
So did the filing with a commission trigger? What does that, if anything?
Yes, that is declaring candidacy, and under RCW 4217A 005 subsection 8, that is under the definition of candidate. So that makes them a candidate.
So that triggers the report requirement. Yes, go right ahead.
Yeah, of course. So just something to note, I never, to my recollection, and I can try to look this up, but as Tabitha just mentioned, that I did not appear on the ballot as a candidate, and at no time did I declare publicly or really even set up, publicly available website, advertising that I was a candidate. I did not file anything with the county. I merely opened, I opened the PDC, the PDC filing because in preparation to run. So I opened it in preparation to run, but I did not go forward and file any additional paperwork with any other, as you guys said, with any other authority indicating that I was running. And again, I did not appear on any ballot or in any literature. What?
Did you raise or receive any money, or get somebody to be a treasurer, or any of the ordinary candidate moves?
I did not raise any money, and I was I asked someone to help set up the PDC. I asked someone to set up the PDC file, but I did not raise any money, and also I told them that I was in no need of their services when I decided not to run.
Okay. Well, I realize there is a violation here, but I'm inclined to suspend the penalty in this matter based on lack of understanding and lack of and the fact that he did not follow through as a candidate. I think the public good would not be harmed by showing a little mercy. So I will find him in violation of 4217A 700. What's my number? 700, and that the penalty schedule would ordinarily be what?
150. Yeah.
150, and I suspend the entire amount. We will find the violation, and the suspension. Should you want to run for office in the future, there will be a little tiny record of that kept. That just, and I hope that I would not discourage you from running running for office in the future, and it certainly is a wonderful calling, but it does bring with it various obligations, including the one the citizens approved as Initiative 276 almost 50 years ago to require sunshine in our campaign reporting process, and it's for the public good that this exists. So that I will declare that that's my ruling.
Chair Ammons, just one clarification for the record. With the suspended penalties, we normally have the caveat in there of no future violations for, usually standard is 4 years. Did
4
you
years.
that?
I think
Mm-hmm.
I think that's fair.
Okay.
Yes, our usual boilerplate on that.
Sure.
Thank you.
Very good. Thanks for participating.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much for hearing me out, and I appreciate your ruling and your prudence. Thank you.
You betcha. This ends this particular case. Next up.
I have Rainey Fogel participating by phone.
Oh, I'm sorry. I have Mark Christie. Did you want to do that one after Rainey or before?
After.
After? Okay. Before I call, I just need
tell
to...
me the name again. Tell me the name again. I'm not.
Yeah, Rainey
yet.
Fogel. It's candidate case number 80154. On the list you got, she may have been under candidate.
Gotcha. I see it. Yep. Thank
Perfect.
you.
Great. And before I dial this number, I need to disclose that I've recused myself from this and will not be speaking on this matter once Rainey has dialed it.
Thank you.
And dialing now.
Hello.
Is this Rainey? Hello?
Hi.
Can you hear me? Hello?
I can.
I
can hear you. Can you hear me?
Good. And I can hear you also. This is David Ammons, presiding officer at the Disclosure Commission. And we understand that you would like to participate as we consider your case this morning. Do you think you will want to provide some testimony or comment?
Yeah.
Okay. We're required to have witnesses sworn in. So if you would, where you are, right hand, and be sworn in. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. She does. And who will be presenting this case this
That's
morning?
me, Chair Ammons, Tabitha Townsend.
Thank you, Tabitha.
Yeah, this is PDC case number 80154 against Rainey Fogel. Rainey was a candidate seeking office in the 2020 election. Rainey is a first-time candidate for public office. Staff is alleging the violation of RCW 4217A700 by failing to timely file the Personal Financial Affairs Statement, or PDC Form F1. Rainey did file the F1 form, and that was after the hearing notice and before the hearing. Did not submit an SOU, and there are no prior violations. On this particular case, I do have a recommendation. Staff recommends that you find the violation of RCW 4217A 700 against Rainey Fogel for failing to file or timely file the F1 report and assess the appropriate penalty in accordance with WAC 390-37-143 for a filer with no prior violations, which would be $150. My recommendation would be to suspend the penalty due to a financial hardship.
Did you say, I thought you said there were previous violations?
No prior violations, sorry.
No. Okay, fine. Thank you. Ms. Fogel, would you like to be heard?
Yes, I would. I just want to make one small statement of this was an offhanded remark one day that I put on a private Facebook page that I'd like to follow in my great-grandfather's steps. I did not make any declarations. I did not do any filing. I was pretty much blackmailed by a person on my Facebook page to file with the PDC. I filed with the PDC on March 12th. On March 18th of the same year, my mother-in-law suffered a severe accident that resulted in her death. I had totally spaced out all of this. It was a dormant email. I apologize profusely for all of the missteps. But like she said, I'm in a financial way that's not healthy. I don't work, and I have student loan debt. And that's pretty much all I want to say. I don't want to take up any more of your guys' time.
Thank you. And so would you repeat your recommendation, Tabitha, that are you recommending a violation and no penalty attached thereto?
What I'm recommending is that you find the violation, assess the $150 penalty, and suspend the whole amount with that 4-year no violation clause in the order. So that would be.
I will so rule that there is a violation found for RCW 4217A 700, which ordinarily carries a penalty schedule penalty of $150, and I will suspend the entire amount on mitigating factors that were spelled out, primarily financial difficulties and so forth. And the usual language will be in there about no violations over the 4 years of reporting requirements, should she decide to in the future. Do you have any further questions, Tabitha?
No, I'll get that order done.
Hearing Ms. Vogel, you will be receiving some written communication from us outlining what we've just, and there will be no penalty assessed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. And thank you to staff as well. And this concludes this particular case. We will next in order.
Okay. I actually need to move out of order as someone is requested to be heard before 11 a.m. if that's okay.
That is fine.
Okay. So we're going to skip ahead to an annual official, Mark Duncan, PDC case number 80198.
Good. could you, going forward, actually all three of you, include the name of the office sought or held? That would thank you.
Mhm.
Absolutely.
So go ahead and dial away.
Dialing now. Hello, Mark. Can you hear us?
Yes. Yeah, I can hear you.
Ah, wonderful.
Good morning, Mr. Duncan. This is David Am. I'm the presiding officer at today's enforcement hearings, and welcome to our proceeding. And if you would like to be heard, swear you in.
Okay.
Very good. Would you raise your right hand and be sworn in? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Yes. And Tabitha, are you able to overview for us?
Yes. This is PDC case number 80198 against Mark Duncan. Mark was a candidate, sorry, let me grab the other, I skipped ahead, sorry. Mark was an annual official in the school director position for McClary School District 065. Has since left the position. Staff is alleging that Duncan violated RCW 4217A 700 by failing to file or timely file the Personal Financial Affairs Statement PDC Form F1. The F1 report was due to be filed with the PDC no later than April 15th, 2020. Disclosing financial activities for calendar year 2019. Mr. Duncan failed to file the missing F1 report by today's hearing date. However, we are in the process of assisting Mr. Duncan. There was an attempted filing that was reverted, which is a process that happens when there's a problem or missing information. Mr. Duncan has no prior violations with the PDC. And I'm available for questions, or if you'd like my recommendation now.
Recommendation would be welcome.
Okay. Staff recommends that you find violation of RCW 4217A 700 against Mark Duncan for failing to timely file the F1 report and assess an appropriate penalty in accordance with WAC 390-37-143 for a filer with no prior violations who has failed to file the F1 report by the date of the hearing, which would be $250. And I'm recommending suspending 100 of that to bring it down to as if he had filed before the hearing, as there was a good faith effort.
Thank you. Would you like to be heard, Mr. Duncan?
Yeah, I mean, I don't have a whole lot to say because clearly I misunderstood something. So I had received a notice early this year I think during the summer, saying that I hadn't filed it and I needed to get it done. I had responded by email saying that I wasn't on the board anymore, and then I did not hear anything back. Somebody yesterday said that some people their messages are going to spam or something, but I don't know, until I got this notice for this hearing. And so that's, I mean, I know that's not an excuse because it's my responsibility to know the law. So, but that's what happened here. And when I finally did try to file it, I know Tabitha said this morning that I had changed the dates, but all I did was change the end date to the date that I was filing it, because it doesn't seem like I would be filing something for the future when I'm not a board member anymore. So I'm not sure exactly what the problem was there, but so anyway, and then I did get a message after that saying that my F1 is filed. So I don't know, I really don't know what's going on at this point. So
Well, we want you to be successful in filing that, so we will continue working with you on that, and we will give you the benefit of the doubt, and not assess the full penalty, based on the fact that you're trying to get that F1 filed, which is some categories of public officials have been properly notified, I think, by their districts or whomever they're working with, on the fact that once you leave office, there's still a final report that's due for the previous calendar year, and so that's what's happened here. And using the logic that if you're no longer there, that the filing obligation has ceased, but that's not the way the law reads. So we're required to implement the law. But so I am ready to rule in this. I do find a violation of RCW 417A 700 regarding the filing of the F1, and I will with staff recommendation that the penalty schedule in state law would say 250, and we will suspend. Did you say 100 of that? Tab, was your recommendation? So a final. Okay, and so that's what I will rule, and with the usual with that suspension, if you will, of the full, from part of the full amount, then the usual requirement is there be no future violations of our disclosure law for 4 years, or else the full amount would come due and payable. That's a letter describing this will be sent to you before Mr. Duncan. And thank you for participating. And the staff will continue with you. Make sure, I assume, Tabitha, you have a good working phone number and contact info.
I'm sorry, for?
As we have him on the line.
For Mark, yes.
Good, very good. Well, like I said, we want Mark to be successful in closing out this chapter in the disclosure. And thank you for participating.
And one last comment from Mark. I do have a staff member available this afternoon to assist you after your appointments. So if you would respond to the email with a good time, I will relay that for you.
I don't know when that's going to be because I do have to work. So
Okay.
That's been part of the problem here, is your hours aren't really conducive to people that have very important jobs to do during a pandemic. So, anyway, all right, we'll do what we can. We'll do what we can. Send me what you need. I'll pay you, and I will never volunteer to help my community again. Thank you.
Thank you for working with him. I appreciate that. This ends this particular case. And who's next?
And could you tell me in the letter that you send me, is it going to have my appeal rights?
Yes.
Okay, that's all I need to know.
Uh-huh. And Fox, I have Mark Christie next.
Oh, okay, great. Let me find that number. Okay, dialing now.
And Chair Ammons, this is a last minute addition for Mark. This is a candidate, case number 80157.
Yes, is this Mark Christie?
Oh, yeah, this is Mark. Yeah, sorry I didn't get a hold of you by the video conference, but yeah, how you doing that?
We're doing just fine, thank you. We have we're have your case before us in group enforcement process here at the Public Disclosure Commission. This is David. I'm the presiding officer for that, and we will have. Let's first of all let's have you sworn in if you be heard. Make comment. This is required by law.
No problem.
If you would raise your hand and be sworn in. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Absolutely.
Are you muted, sir?
No, I don't think I'm muted. Are you hearing me?
I do now. Did you?
Oh yes, I do. Yeah, I do. So swear.
Swearing in. Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Looking for that affirmation for our record.
Oh yes, of course. Yeah.
And, Tabitha, would you briefly present this case?
Yes.
Okay. Just okay. Oh, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead, ma'am.
Just a moment. We'll have staff. We've gotten the records previously sent to the commissioners, but this is also an opportunity during this hearing, which is public, to have a description of this particular case.
And
So,
I'm just going to take this opportunity to remind everybody, if you're not speaking, to mute. And if you're called into the hearing, that's with *6. That will help our recording. This is PDC case 80157 against Mark Christie. Sorry, I had another Mark right before this. Mark was a candidate seeking the office of State Senator, Legislative District 30. And Mark has no prior violations. There was an F1 filed, and there's no SOU filing and no. Oh, wait. Mark, did we get an F1 filed? I know there was an amendment issue.
Right. Yeah, I did an accessible, I guess, C1 and F1. I did both of those over the internet right after. That's what I was told anyways, F1 and C1.
Okay.
And the F1 thing came back with something like nothing is owed by the candidate or something like that. And the C1, I did get it successfully amended.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying. Sorry, Chair, we're working on that part. Staff is alleging that Mark Christie violated RCW 4217A 700 for failing to file timely the Personal Financial Affairs Statement PDC Form F1. The F1 report was due to be filed with the PDC within 2 weeks of the candidate declaring their candidacy with the appropriate elections office or otherwise becoming a candidate. In 2020, candidate filing week was May 11th through 15th, making the F1 due no later than June 1st. There are no prior violations, and the recommendation would be to find the violation of RCW 4217A700 against Mark Christie for failing to timely file the F1 report and assess an appropriate penalty in accordance with WAC 390-37-143 for a filer with no prior violations who filed the F1 report by the date of the hearing, which is $150.
Very good. Mr. Christie, do you have any comments?
Yes, actually, there are matters of fact involved that are simply not right. Basically, and here again, reason I wanted to have the hearing is I really don't understand why it's not just a simple misunderstanding. I was never a candidate for that office because there was no such position. I assume that there's going to be a Senate race in 2020. And so I started gearing everything up to run for it, and I called in on it, but there was no such race in 2020. There never was a race in District 30 for state Senate for 2020. It doesn't happen until 2022. There's just a simple misunderstanding involved. So I never did any of the paperwork to file. I never did anything because there was nothing to do. I simply had a misunderstanding about when the race was going to happen, and that was really all that happened. I was never a candidate for that office because it wasn't open.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Tabitha, do you have anything further to say before I rule?
I just wanted to remind that I think this is similar to the prior case where we did have C1 filed.
Say that again about a C1.
Yes, sorry. There was a C1 filed July 1st of 2019 to be in the 2020 election, which there could have been some confusion about, as the caller is stating.
I'm ready to rule, and I don't know what kind of tracks we want to leave on this particular case, but my ruling is that there should be no harm, no foul, and no for misunderstanding the cycle that he was on and proceed a race that didn't exist. So that will be my ruling. If you could pretty that up, I would appreciate it. Use our usual language. I don't know if we'll keep. I assume we'll keep some sort of record of the disposition of this case, and that it would include our usual requirement that further for 4 years, should he want to run for office during that time period. The disclosure laws put there by the people is important for democracy to be transparent in all of our campaigns and elections. So that's why we take it very seriously. But I don't think there was any intent to evade or to not report on a race that never quite materialized. That's how I will rule.
Okay, thank you.
And
I appreciate that.
I just need to clarify for the record. So you're not assessing a penalty, but are you finding a violation?
Correct.
You are finding a violation?
I don't think that it was an intentional violation. I don't know. Fred, do you have a thought on whether we call it a violation and suspend it all, or whether we make it?
I think we just say there's no violation because there was no race.
Yeah, that's my thinking as well. So essentially, we're dismissing.
We'll watch him really
matter.
closely in 2022.
Right, I got you. No, I understand completely. It's important. What you do is important. I don't deny that.
Thank you. Appreciate the recognition. This will end this particular proceeding. Tabitha, do you have what you need to close the record on this?
I do.
Was that affirmative? I couldn't hear your voice.
Sorry, I do. Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much. This concludes this case. And I will be happy to move to the next one.
I have two more, Chair. So
okay.
Under my presentation, I have Paul Strophe.
Did you have a question, Filer? Did you have a question?
Oh, yes. Should I be signing off now? I don't want to be involved in somebody else's business. Should I be signing off now? Or
Correct.
what should I be doing? Okay, well, I'll sign off now and let you get on to the next people.
Thank you much.
Okay, thank you. Bye for now.
Good day. Bye-bye.
Okay, so sorry about that.
Okay.
I have Paul Strophe, which is a candidate case number 80162 next on the slate here.
Dialing now.
Very good.
Hello?
Is this Mr. Strophe?
Yes,
Hello?
hi, this is Paul Strophe. Yeah, hi, this is Paul Strophe.
Hi.
Can you hear me?
Hi. I sure can. This is David Ammons. I'm presiding officer at the Public Disclosure Commission this morning. We're going through some cases that are before us, and this is your moment in the box, and I wanted to welcome you to the proceeding, and if you would be sworn in, then you'll be able to give testimony or comments or whatever that might be. If you would raise your right hand and be sworn in, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
I do.
He does. Tabitha Townsend of our staff will give a brief presentation on this case.
Hello, I can't hear if someone's talking, sorry.
No,
Oh, I was muted.
she is not.
Sorry.
She was muted
Okay.
and now is unmuted. Thanks for asking. Tabitha, go
I
ahead.
was just going through it. This is PDC case number 80162 against Paul Strophe. Paul was a candidate seeking the office, and bear with me, of Superior Court Judge in the Thurston County Superior Court in the 2020 election cycle. Staff is alleging that Paul violated RCW 4217A 700 by failing to timely file the Personal Financial Affairs Statement PDC Form F1. The F1 report was due to be filed with the PDC within 2 weeks of the candidate declaring their candidacy with the appropriate elections office or otherwise becoming a candidate. In 2020, filing week was May 11th through 15th, therefore making the filing deadline June 1st, 2020. Paul did not file the F1 form prior to. There are no prior violations, and the recommendation by staff, if you're ready to hear that.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Staff recommendations or recommends that you find a violation of RCW 4217A 700 against Paul Strophe for failing to timely file the F1 report and assess an appropriate penalty in accordance with WAC 390-37-143 for a filer with no prior violations who failed to file the F1 report by the date of the hearing, which would be $250.
Thank you. Mr. Strophe, would you like to be heard?
Yes, please. So I apologize. I acknowledge that I did not file the F1 report. I did start filing with the PDC because it was my intent to declare and run for office of Superior Court in Thurston County. However, due to at that time was the pandemic was about to, and courts were about to shut down. Ultimately, I decided not to file, and I did not run for office. I did not raise any money or conduct any campaign activities or anything along those lines. And so ultimately, if I was still required to file the F1 report because I started my filing with the PDC, then I will acknowledge my fault in that and pay the fine. But I did not run for office. I did not publicly declare for office. I had intended to do so, but essentially I started to see the potential writing on the wall about the pandemic and shutdowns, and I was concerned about what that would mean. And then after reevaluating the situation, decided not to move forward with a campaign for office. And I know this sounds like a dog ate my homework excuse, but my laptop crashed shortly thereafter. I had to buy a new one, and all the information I had worked on and saved with the PDC was on that laptop, and I just neglected to go back in and try to log in to see what I needed to do if I was not going to run for office, if there was like some closing document to file. So, and I acknowledge I did not file that or do that. And so that is my statement, and I'm willing to either file the report late if the ruling is that I still would need to file that even though I didn't run for office, or B, file a late form for closing my candidacy or whatever it's called. I'm sorry, I'm not sure what the form is called, but that is my statement.
Thank you very much. That Tabitha, this is like several other cases we've dealt with today. a campaign that never got off the ground, and there was no filing for that office and so forth. I'm wondering if this distinguished from those in any way, or what we should give like treatment to Trophy.
I believe, and I could be wrong, but this has been an issue that's been discussed, and the definition of a candidate does hold these individuals to the RCWs under PDC jurisdiction. So by filing with the PDC, they are declaring as candidates. Some positions file 4 years before the local jurisdiction would even accept a filing. So it does fit into the definition of becoming a candidate, which is in RCW 4217A 005, subsection 8.
Commissioner Jarrett, interested in what your thought is on consistency of punishment and the crime.
This is where you say consistency is a hobgoblin of small minds.
I think so.
Yeah. Well, I'm leaning toward the same position that I stated on Mark. I think technically, there's two ways that we can go in my view. One is we can say, well, there really isn't a violation here because there never was a candidacy. Or probably the more appropriate thing to do is to say there was a violation, but we're going to waive suspend the fee based on the fact that there really wasn't a candidacy. So I guess Tabitha would push me toward the second rather than to the first. I see her nodding there, so I'm assuming that I'm reading the body language correctly.
Thank you, Commissioner Jarrett.
I do
believe. I think you can see where I'm headed. With a similar comment and direct. This may further offline discussion after this particular day is complete, and to talk about that fact, which I don't know if it's happened in previous years, whether this is a thing where basically the initial filing it sputters, it goes nowhere, no money is solicited or received, there's no filing for that office. So I think probably at some point we should make a firmer ruling than seat of the pants on each case. Ask for relief from the fine, but I think that inconsistency we should grant that, and so consistent treatment of like pattern would also say that we find no violation. So Fred, what do you think?
I think you need to be consistent.
That's my feeling too. So I think that
there's no public benefit. There's no public benefit to forcing the issue, I don't think, and so I'd go with consistency.
I agree. There is that trigger that I think future hearings officers such as well, there should be some clarity around that. Maybe even the full commission want to consider what triggers the reporting requirements, and thus we have leaned on the side of leniency, if you will, for a campaign that never got off. But that's not specifically what the RCW says. So it's our interpretation of that that we're dealing with. So I'm ready to rule that there was no and no penalty, and I don't know what kind of case notes you want to keep on this going forward, since there were fine and no suspension. But Mr. Strophe, we typically have a requirement that going forward that you violations of the campaign reporting laws, and typically when it's a suspension, as Commissioner Jarrett was talking about, that can come back if there is a violation in that window. Then suspended portion comes back and is due and payable without further action by the commission. So that is how I will rule in this matter. Consistency's sake, you will get the same generous treatment that others before you.
I just want to clarify, because you broke up just a little bit, Chair Ammons. So we're finding no violation and no penalty is being assessed. Is that correct?
That's correct. And I don't know if you will communicate further by letter or disposition letter of some sort. If so, the usual boilerplate would be pertinent, even with all of happening that are required for the next 4 years, that there be no violations. Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Strophe.
Thank you. And so do I need to take any further actions to file anything indicating that I didn't run for office or anything along those lines?
Would staff like anything for their files? But
I'll make sure and I'll email you. I don't think so, but I want to make sure so that you're covered.
Thank you. And if I could ask, I realized the email address I used in the PDC filing was an email I was intending to use for a campaign, but if I could use my work email instead, and I can give that to you now, that would be appreciated.
I did receive an email from you from that, so that is now in our record. Yeah.
Great. Yeah, Strophe at Bud Bay Law. Thank you. Okay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so does that mean we're done?
Does this matter? Yes, you're free to go and enjoy the rest of the day.
All right, thank you everybody for your time and consideration.
Yes, you too. Next up, does anybody need a break yet, or you want to keep through? Okay.
I have one more, and then if you would like to take a break before we start the next, that you could do that.
Or you have two more.
Go ahead. Yeah, that's a good idea.
Okay. So I have, the next is an annual official, Carl DeJong, case number 80204.
Could I see that? Okay, go ahead and dial.
Okay, dialing now.
I'm sorry, Tabitha, what was the name again?
Yeah,
Carl
Carl with a
DeJong.
K. Mm-hmm.
It's on the 11 o'clock roster, about halfway down the list.
Hello.
Good morning, Carl. This is David Ammons. I am the hearings officer at the Public Disclosure Commission. Have arrived at the point where we're considering your case, and welcome to the proceeding. We would swear you in at this point so that you can be heard and answer questions. And if you would raise your right hand and be sworn in. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. He does. And our staff person, Tabitha Townsend, is to give us a brief recap of this particular case. Is 80204 is the case number for us. So
Yes.
Tabitha.
Okay. This is PDC case number 80204 against Carl DeJong. Carl is an annual official in, the City Council for City of Cedro-Woolley. Staff is alleging that Carl did CW 4217A700 by failing to timely file the Personal Financial Affairs Statement PDC Form F1. The F1 report was due no later than April 15th, 2020. This report would have covered calendar year 2019. Carl filed the missing F1 report, and that was after the hearing notice and prior to the hearing. There are no prior violations, and there is no SOU on file. Staff recommends that you find a violation of RCW 4217A700 against Carl DeJong for failing to timely file the F1 report and assess an appropriate penalty in accordance with WAC 390-37-143 for a filer with no prior violations who did file the F1 report by the date of the hearing, which would be $150.
100, did you say?
150.
Tabitha, you broke 150. You broke up right mid-word, if that's possible.
Yeah.
Very good. Thank you for that presentation. Carl, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I appreciate the time. Appreciate the staff's report. Thank you, Tabitha. Thank you, Commissioner Ammons, and also thank you, Your Honor. I believe it's Invin. And it's been a rough year. And it is correct that I can stipulate that I did fail to turn in F1 on time. I did receive the notice from a past address yesterday, and I immediately gave a call down to the PDC to seek for guidance. And I took immediate action once I had the document in my hand. I would like to thank that person for their navigation skills. This is a learning process, and I do apologize the time that is being taken by state resources, and it is something I plan to comply with vigilantly going forward. It's been a tough year. I've lost neighbors to COVID, and which was around the time that this was happening. But again, it's not an excuse, but I just received the notice yesterday, having the document gone to a previous address that I no longer live at. and it was due to the benevolence of the people that live there that walked it over to my new address. Is there any further information I can provide at this time that I would be helpful for?
I'm wondering.
I'm not a repeat offender. This is my first one, and I would be looking to not be fined, and with the understanding that moving forward, I'd be absolutely complicit with the rules.
I wanted to ask you about the timing, or maybe staff could. I'm wondering about the time of our attempts to communicate with you, and when you
there was an email that doesn't exist anymore. Yeah, I just wanted to make. I'm absolutely sure that the staff did their job. That's what I'm not disputing. I am just saying that some life circumstances, especially with COVID, has affected getting the transmittal of the documents and the transmittal of deadlines. So as soon as I knew about it, I took care of it, like within the hour of talking with the PDC yesterday.
So that's my question. That I hear you saying that you didn't know of your obligation until very recently, and that you complied promptly. Our staff, I know from previous experience, sends out multiple warning letters and so forth throughout the year. That
I have moved three times this year. So I have moved 3 times this year.
Are you saying under penalty of perjury that you have not received timely information on your obligation very recently?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. I guess bounce backs or any indications of the letters not getting to the intended filer? Any more info on that for us?
Yeah, so the info on that is no return email was received, and the return mail did not happen. Obviously, it was getting forwarded. And I'd just like to add in that it is in the RCWs that they have 10 days to update email and address with the PDC when it changes.
Thank you for that information. I comply going forward.
I don't think that's widely known.
Yeah.
David?
10 days. Okay. Do you mind? This is an education for me. What is? I have 10 days to do what? To send it down to the PDC? Is there a form I do that electronically?
So
I'd like to be able to, not do this again. So I just want to make sure I have the right stuff. So I have 10 days.
Yeah.
You have the RCW. I can look it up then. RCW.
How about I email you after the hearing so we don't take up
the
hearing with the link?
Thank you. Thank you, Tabitha.
Before I in this matter, I have gotten a warning that 5 minutes only are left in our scheduled meeting time. Does anyone know if we will be able to pass 7:30?
Yes, we will be able to continue as long as you're able to, provided that we don't leave the meeting and then return. So if you want to take a break, I would just turn off your mic, turn off your camera, and then we can come back on the record when you're ready.
Okay. But yeah, it was an access to the telephonic hookup that I was requesting info on. Okay, so back to the matter at hand. Staff is recommending a $150 fine. I would find a violation by the filer of the requirements of RCW 4217A 700, ordinarily carrying a penalty of $150 for his fact pattern. Hearing his comments under that communications did not reach his attention until very recently, and that he complied as quickly as he could. I will suspend $100 of the $150, leaving $50 of, and I will require that there be no future violations of this in the next 4 years, or the full amount will be due and owed at that point. It will be calculated at that point.
David?
Is there? Yes.
Tabitha, did Mr. Young file a report for 2018?
Give me just one moment.
I have that report number is 100814517 for my 2018 report.
Okay. Very good. Thank you.
He has no prior violations.
No.
He's filed.
Mm-hmm.
Very good. I will lean to the filer belief that there was not timely transmittal to him in a way that he could keep up with his moves and so forth, with his personal, and that's why I will suspend the majority of the fine that ordinarily would be due and payable. So that is my ruling. This is the this particular case, and thank you for joining us today, Mr. DeJong.
Thank you all for your time, and please, yes, it's DeYoung, and I want to make sure everyone keeps safe during the holidays, so be well.
Yep, you too. Bye-bye. Okay, and Tabitha, you have one more.
Yeah, I have Dale Thornton. This is case number 80188. And this should be found on your agendas under the annuals.
What was the name again?
Dale Thornton. It should be under annuals, filing the F1 prior to hearing. No.
Got it. Got it.
Got it. Perfect.
Okay, then I will start dialing now. And dialing.
Hello. Yes.
Good morning. This is David Ammons with the Public Disclosure Commission. I am the hearing officer for today's proceeding, and welcome to our space over our hookup that we have. And I hope you're able to hear us well and we to hear you well. I will be in a moment asking our staff to describe your case, and then we'll be happy to hear from you.
Okay.
I would like for you to be sworn in at this time, as state law requires us to do for this proceeding. If you would raise your right hand and be sworn in, do you swear or affirm the testimony you will give in these proceedings will be the truth, the whole truth, but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you very much. He does. Tabitha Townsend will give us a synopsis of where we're at.
Okay.
Alrighty.
Thank you, Chair Ammons. And I'd just like to remind, I don't think I had a chance to go over this with Dale. Dale, *6 is your mute. And if you could mute until you're called upon, just for recording purposes, and then *6 will also unmute you.
Okay, I understand. I'll mute now and listen.
Thank you. Okay. This is PDC case number 80188 against Dale Thornton. Dale is an annual official in the position of school director with Keona Benton School District 052. Staff is alleging that Dale violated RCW 4217A 700 by not timely filing the Personal Financial Affairs Statement, PDC Form F1. The F1 report was due no later than April 15th, 2020. This would have been covering calendar year 2019. Dale has filed the missing F1 report on, I believe it was November 23rd. And there are no prior violations. The staff would recommend that you find a violation of RCW 4217A 700 against Dale Thornton for failing to timely file the F1 report and assess an appropriate penalty in accordance with WAC 390-37143 for a filer with no prior violations who filed the F1 report by the date of the hearing, which would be $150.
Thank you. Mr. Thornton, the floor is yours.
Okay, I attempted to file that thing several times. I went online, the new access thing, I ended up having two different accounts on there trying to get this thing filed. And until I got the letter from you that actually detailed how to file, I wasn't able to make, I made those attempts and I wasn't able to accomplish it. At no time did I ever have any other assistance or a way to figure out how to work the system, the new system. I had no problem working the older computer system, but the 3 or 4 times that I attempted, I didn't have any luck getting through. I made a account on the secure access or whatever it's called now, and I could not get into the public disclosure part of it. I was denied a couple times, and then I don't know, what the difficulty was, but once I got the instructions in the letter that I got from you, then it led me through it correctly. And at no time before that did I ever have any instructions that were successful. That's the only thing is, I stay pretty busy, so it's not one of the top things on my list, but I did try it 2 or 3 times, and I do know I have 2 accounts in there now, both leading to my same email, but still I did make an attempt.
So it was technology issue for you, and not ignoring the warnings.
Yes, I don't know if anybody would take the time to look, but they'll see that I've gone in there 2 or 3 times and, well, at least 3 times, and made an attempt to get in there. I tried to access other parts to find out where the F1 was until I figured it out the last time, but then I couldn't get into the public disclosure part. But that instruction that came with your letter or somebody's letter was the one thing that made me successful. It led me to the correct spot.
Well, very good. I was you had that difficulty connecting. It is a new app, as you point out. I think it will end up being easier to use than the old system. A lot of people are beginning to acknowledge that. Also, for future reference, if you call in to the disclosure main number, there are people called filer assistants, people who are there ready to help you be successful and to walk you through it. So you may never have this problem again, but if you keep running into a brick wall technologically, just give staff a call and at their Olympia number. And even all throughout COVID, they have worked remote and they pick up those calls right away and are. I do find a violation. CW 4217A 700, and I will concur with the staff recommendation for $150 penalty per the state law. Has a recommended penalty schedule for various types of violations of the law, and this is what is provided for in state law. So we will that is my ruling. We'll be sending a letter to you with that information in it. And again, I apologize for any difficulties you had technologically with the getting in, and so that concludes this particular hearing. And if there's no further comments from staff or from the filer, I will close this particular hearing. So thank you for participating.
Yes, sir. I won't fail to file it again.
Good. I'm sure of that. You sound like a very responsible person. So just reach out for help if you need it in the future.
Okay, thank you.
And Chair,
bye-bye. Yeah.
We have 8 people left who intend to participate. I know that you expressed a desire to maybe have a break at some point soon. This feels like sort of a good moment for that, if that feels good for you.
Yep. Let's be at ease for 5 minutes and come back. Should we leave the meeting and come back, or just
if you don't mind staying in the meeting and just turning off your cameras and sound, that way we don't have any issues rejoining it later.
We'll do that. We will gather back at 11:45. It is 11:40 right now. So let's be at ease.
And David, I'm going to be only able to stay for the 15 minutes because I have another meeting at noon.
Thank you, Fred. I appreciate your presence here, and it's not only are you shadowing, but we're having. I've enjoyed being able to consult with you.
My pleasure.
I did not pause the recording, just so you know, Chair Ammon, so we're still recording.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, everyone. Back in order. It is 11:45 on the 17th of December. We're having a brief enforcement hearing on a number of cases that that are before us today. I would say I'm ready for the case up.
I'm sorry, Commissioner, you broke up a little bit. Are you ready for the next case?
I am indeed.
Okay. I'm not sure the others are back yet, so we need to call someone.
No, I think we're back. Thank you, though, for making sure.
Thank you, Fox. So this will be Larry Gossett, case number 80202, and I'll wait till he's on the line to read the details.
Did Tabitha, did we consider this case previously, the full commission, or am I thinking of someone else?
I don't think it was him. He doesn't have any prior violations, unless it was something where we didn't find any violation. We wouldn't count that as a prior.
Well, there was a gentleman who was apparently homeless, and we were having difficulty finding. This doesn't sound like Larry Gossett, so I guess.
I don't think so. Let me just check something for you really quick, and I'll just double check, Mr. Gossett. One moment.
Who is now on the line?
Thank you.
Mr. Gossett?
Yeah.
Can you hear us, Mr. Gossett? Good morning. Well, welcome to our proceeding. We are, yes, indeed. Appreciate you joining us. We will shortly have a presentation by our staff on this particular case, and I would at this time like to swear you in so that you can be heard, and all witnesses have to be sworn in according to state law and proceedings like this. If you would raise your right hand and be sworn in. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will give in this matter will be the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I affirm.
Thank you. He does affirm. And Tabitha Blacksmith, would you present?
Thank you, Commissioner. I'm happy to. As I said, this is PDC case number 80202 for Larry Gossett. Larry is or was an elected official serving in King County as a county city council member. And Mr. Gossett.
County council.
I'm sorry.
County council.
Excuse me, county council. Yeah, that's how it's listed here. I'm sorry. And Mr. Gossett did file the F1 report before the hearing, but after the hearing notices went out, and does not have any prior violations. So staff are recommending that we assess $150 per the penalty schedule for someone who has filed the F1 before the hearing. And that's pursuant to WAC 390-37-143. And he's also participating today by phone. Thank you.
And did you say 150, Tab?
Yeah, that's the standard penalty unless you decide to change it. Thank you.
You broke up in the middle of that number. Thank you very much. Mr. Goss, the floor is yours.
Yes, I understood everything that was said. I just did not realize that this report was due until I got something in writing about it. I left office. My executive secretary used to help me fill out these forms. Neither she nor I knew that it was going to be. Well, we didn't think about it. We didn't know it was going to be required again after I and she were out of office. And I didn't get anything on it until I got the letter in the mail. So, and I know that, there's not always an excuse for being tardy. I simply did not remember or know that it was still required until I got the formal notification.
Thank
I
you
would
very
hope that
much,
that would-
Mr. Gossett.
Yeah.
Well, it's a certain amount of mitigation when you're used to doing that on
Yeah,
your
I know.
behalf and sticking it under your
I
nose for
knew it was
signature.
due. I knew it was due every year. I just didn't know it was due after one completed
Yeah,
his or
that
I
that
didn't
is not intuitive to. Yeah, got it. Got it. Yeah, I understand that entirely. Uh, I will rule in this matter. I do find that Larry Gossett is in violation of RCW 4217A 700 for failure to timely file an F1 report after he left the county council. And I will the standard penalty per state law and WAC is 150. I will suspend $100 of that based on his record through the years of complying with RCW 4217A, and will acknowledge his long record of contribution to the people of King County and the state of Washington. So with that, we have Larry. We usually add a little language at the bottom of a order that will say, should you decide to run for office anywhere, big or little, that for the next 4 years you will not be you will be in compliance with all of the reporting requirements, and that the forgiven amount will be come back. This suspended will be due and payable if there is a violation in the future.
No,
So that will be my rule.
I understand all of that, and I think that that ruling is fair. Will I get something for the $50, or I just gotta remember to send you all a check for $50? If so, do I use the address on the letter I got?
Mr. Gossett, if you would wait, we're going to mail you an order and it'll have instructions on it. And so if you can wait until we send that to you, otherwise it'll come in and staff won't know what it's for.
Oh.
So yeah, I'll send you something. Absolutely.
Yeah. Thank you. I thought this was fair, and I apologize for not following the rules this last time.
No problem, and thank you. It's a delight to hear your voice after all these years. We were University of Washington students at the same time back in the day, and so I have followed. I have.
Yeah.
And I just, David. David, I just echo. It's great to hear Larry's voice.
Thank you. Thank you.
It's
Thank you.
Commissioner Fred Jarrett
I'm still trying
speaking.
to serve the people around the pandemic, but that's not easy these days.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I appreciate having the opportunity to provide the input. I understand the ruling, and I shall pay the fine whenever I get the proper notification.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your service.
Yeah, thank you. All right.
Thank you, Mr. Gossett.
This concludes this particular hearing, and so Tabitha, are you doing the next cases?
I'm doing one more. The next one is for Brett Jones, which is PDC case number 80179. And
What was the last name?
Jones, Jones.
Brett Jones.
Yeah.
There, I see him. Yep. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And he wants to participate by phone.
It's not dialing. I'm just going to cancel that and try it again. Oh, looks like it's working this time. Oh, but it just stopped.
This Brett.
All right, and we have Brett on the line, Chair Emmons.
Very good. This is David Ammons. I'm presiding officer at the Public Disclosure Commission this morning, almost this afternoon. And we currently have your case before us, and we'll shortly be hearing a brief overview of that. And I would welcome you to participate, and I can swear you in so that you can be heard.
Okay.
Would you raise your right hand and be sworn in? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. He does. And Tabitha Blacksmith, if you would present.
Thank you, Commissioner. This is PDC case number 80179 for Brett Jones. Brett Jones is or was an annual official serving as school director for Ridgefield School District 122. Brett has filed the F1 report before the date of the hearing, has no prior violations. So we're recommending the standard penalty amount of $150 pursuant to WAC 390-37-143. And I'm available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't have any questions. Mr. Jones, would you like?
I'm sorry. I'm catching every third word.
Yeah. Staff just presented the case and her recommendation according to the penalty schedule in the state law for people with a similar violation of the law is $150. And so I was inviting you to be heard at this point if you have anything to say.
Nope. I mean, I really don't. This is my first year being on the board, and I didn't. The first warning, I guess we missed and or overlooked, and we just drug our feet, I think, and so we made a mistake.
Okay. Well, sorry that it wasn't on your radar screen earlier. We tried to get the word out as proactively as possible through various means, including School Directors Association, including use of email.
Oh yeah,
and
I'm
even
not
direct
by
telephone
no
calls.
means am I. Yeah, by no means am I putting that you didn't try to do your diligence. It was us for sure.
Gotcha. Well, I'm sorry that it came to to this, but I will rule at this point that there is a violation of RCW 4217 700, and I will concur in the staff recommendation that we follow the penalty schedule that's in the law, and that will be $150, and letter will be sent to you within the next 30 days explaining this, and then there will be a place on you to send your check, or there's also appeal rights if you should so desire. So that will be my ruling.
Sounds good.
And thank you for participating today.
You are welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Jones.
You bet.
Bye-bye. Okay,
bye.
Tabitha, did you have one more case to present?
I don't have one more case to present, but I want to circle back around. So it's because I've neglected to ask you when we had Joseph Brusick if he wanted to put the 4-year no further violations language in there.
Yes,
so
you may. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thanks. Bye.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize I was still on the line. So that concludes my presentation.
Would you repeat what you were saying about the 4-year?
Oh, I was just, if I neglected to mention it, it sounds like you're made a blanket statement earlier that anywhere where there was suspended penalties, we'll include that 4-year language in case I forget to mention it.
Yeah, that's good boilerplate to put in all of the letters and orders or whatever you call them.
Thank
so
you.
Please do. Okay, who's up next in line?
Okay, so next we have Mandeep Kondal, who is professional staff of the Governor's Office. And that is PDC case.
Tell me that name.
Yeah,
again.
Mandeep Kondal.
Kondal.
PDC case 80236.
List might I find that on?
Filed F1 report after the hearing notice, but before enforcement hearing, 1 prior violation.
And first name is Mandeep?
Yes.
80236. Yes. Very good. I have found it on my list. Thanks.
And calling now.
This is Mandeep.
Hello, you are.
Good afternoon. This is Dave. This is David Ammons. You have reached us at the Public Disclosure Commission. I am presiding officer at today's brief enforcement hearings, and we have staff will present the case shortly, and I would like to swear you in at this time if you wish to be heard. Would you would you be sworn in at this point? Would you raise your right hand and be sworn in? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will give in today's proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I swear. Thank you.
He does so affirm. And Fox, would you proceed?
Absolutely. Thank you, Chair Ammons. So the case before us is PDC case 80236 against Mandeep Kondal, who is an official as professional staff in the Office of the Governor. Staff is alleging that Mandeep Kondal violated RCW 4217A 700 by failing to timely file the Personal Financial Affairs Statement, or F1 report, which was due to be filed with the PDC no later than April 15th, 2020, disclosing financial activities for calendar year 2019. The respondent filed the F1 report on December 9th, 2020, and has one prior violation with the PDC in PDC case 39029. As a result, consistent with our penalty schedule, WAC 390-37-143, for a filer with one prior violation who filed the report before the hearing, PDC staff is recommending that you find a violation of RCW 17A 700 and assess a penalty of $300.
Thank you, Fox. Mr. Kendall, would you like to be heard?
Yes, please. Thank you so much. Thank you for the call, and I appreciate the opportunity. So I just wanted to share that I think for sure apologize on my end for the oversight. I thought that I had filed a few months ago, and I think the error I made, apparently I did not save it, so that was fault on my end. And then I did receive the letter. I think it was delivered to my office on November 19, I believe, and I haven't been going to office due to my health reasons, and I just happened to go there last week. And as soon as I saw the notice, and I did file it. So when I read the notice, it says the statement of understanding that as long as I submit statement of understanding and $100 fine by December 17, then this should be good. So I did file, it got accepted. I did submit statement of understanding and $100, so that should have been received by now. So on the notice, I didn't see the $300, and the date I saw by which date I need to file was December 17, that all three statement of understanding, $100, and filing should have been received. So on my part, I'm not clear that why that hasn't been accepted yet.
Very good. I will ask Fox to what he knows of the situation.
Okay, thank you.
And thank you. And I use they and them pronouns. So the first thing that I can confirm is that we did send the hearing notice to the professional staff email address, mandeepkondal@gov.wa.gov, and that did not bounce back. We also sent the hearing notice to the physical address that we have on record. And this is an issue when we have people who file F1s and don't also file as a candidate, because candidates tend to give us personal contact information, personal home addresses, whereas people who only file the F1 tend to give us work contact information. And so the address that we had on file that was successfully delivered was P.O. Box 40002 in Olympia, Washington, which appears to be a government P.O. box. As for the... oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, you're probably going to cover what I was going to ask.
Okay,
Go
great.
ahead.
So as for the hearing notice itself, on page 2 of the hearing notice, it says how to avoid the hearing. In order to avoid the brief enforcement hearing, please ensure that the following items are received by the PDC no later than 12 p.m. on Thursday, December 10th, 2020. And that includes a completed F1 report, which was filed on the 9th, so that would have counted, and a signed statement of understanding, along with a check or money order for $100 for the late filed report. And then there's a little bit about how to participate. And it then again states the date of December 10th when talking about written responses, that we ask for them to please submit written responses so that they are received no later than 12 p.m. on Thursday, December 10th. And I did receive a written response for this case on December 10th, as well as one, I believe, on December 15th. So those are the two places that it states that all of the materials must be received by December 10th. However, the statement of understanding itself says that the check or money order for $100, the F1 report completed online, and the statement of understanding need to all be received by Thursday, December 17th, 2020. And so there is a discrepancy in the deadline between those two documents.
So has he achieved by proper deadlines what he needed to trigger the MOU? And should there not be a reflection of that in staff recommendation?
Let me look and see if I have a record of an SOU being received and when that was. Because I know that we talked about it being sent back, but I need to find the precise date that we received it here.
Sir, would it be helpful if I send a picture? I took a picture of both my check and the statement of understanding I mailed.
Okay. What day did you mail that?
I think 3 days ago. I like to say Monday morning.
If you mailed them on December 14th, then we definitely received them prior to the December 17th date, which is today's date, which was consistent with prior practice that we would accept it up to the day of the hearing. This year, the hearing notice itself changed that deadline to the 10th, but the document that we offer people to sign and return as the legal document acknowledging their violation, that one says the 17th.
Right.
So, Fox,
the
the check is will not be returned, but will trigger the MOU.
The check has already been returned.
Ah, okay.
And so, if you want, we could do as we had done in a prior case where you had a participant this morning who arrived at our office with the documents and the money, and so you assessed the penalty and then suspended it down to just that $100. If you'd like, that may be a way to resolve this issue.
I think that makes sense. Would Mr. Condell like, and I hope I'm not butchering your name, but
That's correct,
would
sir.
you like to be heard further?
No, sir. So what I gather is that my statement of understanding and $100 check has been returned back to me. I haven't received it yet, but if that's correct, I can send it back. And in my case, I think confusion was between December 10th and December 17th. And when I signed statement of understanding, so I went by the statement which I signed. So I followed the December 17th.
You were showing an intent to comply, and I want us to recognize that. And Fox, what is the easiest way to acknowledge that that he was trying to get under the wire with the MOU?
So the
MOU.
yeah, the SOU is the same concept though, for sure. So what the SOU does is it says, I acknowledge that I violated RCW 4217A 700. So you could find a violation, and that By acknowledging it and paying this $100, I will avoid the hearing. And so because
would be that would be the sum total of the
correct
the penalty then, the $100.
Correct. And that's
Okay, so how
prior
what's the
violations.
most and that's what I intend to rule is that he owes the PDC $100 in penalty for his violation of RCW 4217A 700. And what would you suggest is the most expeditious way for that to happen?
Well, because this is an order, we need to wait until the order is actually issued for us to be able to accept money for it, because it's not a legal debt until the order is issued. And so then it would be $100 due within 30 days of the date of the order. And then it would be an order finding the violation rather than the statement of understanding acknowledging it, but the impact as far as future compliance and future PDC action is exactly the same.
Okay, that's thank you for that. That's what we'll do in this case. And so the penalty will be $100, and that will not be due and owing until receiving the order within 30 days, correct?
Correct.
Very good. Do you have everything you need, Fox, to close this case?
I do. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for joining us today. I think that this is a good outcome for you.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate your time and help very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Very good. This completes this case, and we will now move to the next case in order. And Fox, are you doing that one as well?
I am, yeah. I will be doing the remainder of the telephone participations unless somebody reaches out to us. So the next one is Mariana Maximos, PDC case 80229, F1 report filed after the hearing notice, but before enforcement hearings, did not submit SOU, no prior violations.
Okay, I need to find her on my list. You know which cluster she was in?
Yeah, so no priors filed, 11
Oh,
again.
I see it. I found her. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Sounds like
and dialing out.
Thank you.
Hello?
Mariana? Hi, this is David Ammons. I'm Commissioner and Presiding Officer today at the Public Disclosure Commission. And we have your case before us, right? And I understand you would like to be heard. So we will, at this point, I would like to swear in. If you would raise your right hand and be sworn. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I swear.
Thank you. She does. And so Fox will, on our staff, will present this matter.
Great, thank you very much. So today's case is PDC case 80229 concerning Mariana Maximos, who is or was a school director for Marysville School District 25. Staff is alleging that the respondent violated RCW 4217A 700 by failing to timely file the Personal Financial Affairs Statement, or F1 report. The F1 report was due to be filed with the PDC no later than April 15th, 2020, disclosing financial activities for calendar year 2019. The respondent filed the F1 report on, looks like 12/15/20. The respondent has no prior violations with the PDC, and staff recommends that you find a violation of RCW 4217A 700 for failing to timely file the F1 report and assess an appropriate penalty in accordance with WAC 390-37143 for a filer with no prior violations who filed the F1 report by the date of the hearing, which would be a penalty of $150.
Thank you very much. Ma'am, would you like to be heard at this time?
Yes, please.
Go ahead.
Okay. Well, I served on the school, voluntarily served the Marysville School District for 6 years, and I was not elected last year. November was my last month with the school district, and I honestly did not know I still had to file that report. I totally forgot about it, and I did not know that I still had to. I thought it was only till I was working for the district, and I don't have to after I leave. So it was not on my mind at all that I had to file this report. And because of this year, and I haven't been involved in the district, do you normally used to remind me, or someone would sit with me to help me file it when we had our board meeting? By that time, it needed to be filed. So I honestly didn't know, and I did not pay attention to it. This year is a very bad year for me. My husband lost his job, and my mom went in for a heart surgery. My brother was in a very bad motorcycle accident. So it's just been a bad year for me to focus on some things. So I honestly did not know I still had to file that report.
Thank you for those comments. I know that it's not intuitive for some people that that there is that closeout report the final year after you leave office. It's part of our state. I acknowledge that. I wish the word was getting out better through the School Directors Association and others, other 5 groups of wonderful, but they still have that requirement under state law. So I'm going to rule that there was a violation of RCW 4217A 700, and given the circumstances and your lack of understanding that it was due and other things going on in your personal life, I will suspend $150, and so you will be, when you get the order, we'll see a requirement for $50, and the way suspended penalties work is that there's also a requirement to stay in compliance with disclosure law for the following 4 years, assuming if you were to stand for public office, that would trigger, if there were any violation there, trigger the suspended $100 here, as well as whatever a future violation would be. That will be my ruling on this matter.
Thank you very much. I truly appreciate it.
Anything, you're welcome, and best to you in your situation. situation.
Thank you so much. I
And
really
you're-
do need the prayers I can get right now.
I think there are there's a lot of people in very dire straits right now. And I certainly commiserate with you and your family.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome, and you're free to leave at this point, and we will move on to our next case that's before us.
Thank you Thank you, and Merry Christmas
welcome.
and Happy New Year. Thank you.
See you. Okay.
Okay, so the
Fox,
next
next
case,
up.
yeah, we have Robinson Randy, which is PDC case 80233, F1 filed, no prior violations, which I believe is 11 a.m.
Let me get with you. Randy's last name?
Robinson.
Robinson is the last name. Hang
Yep.
on. Oh, here's page 4. I have found
wonderful.
him, so go ahead and make the connection.
Dialing now.
Hi, this is Randy.
Hi, Mr. Robinson, David Ammons. I'm presiding officer today at the Public Disclosure Commission, and we understand that you wanted to be involved in our brief hearing this morning or this afternoon, so that's why we're calling you. If I would at this time like to swear you in so that you can give testimony or answer questions.
Yeah.
If you would raise your right, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
He does indeed, and so our staff person, Fox, will present.
All right, thank you, Chair Ammons. This is PDC case 80233 concerning Randy Robinson, who is or was a housing finance commissioner. Staff is alleging that the respondent violated RCW 4217A 700 by failing to timely file the Personal Financial Affairs Statement, or F1 report, which was due to be filed with the PDC no later than April 15th, 2020, disclosing financial activities for calendar year 2019. The respondent filed the missing F1 report on 12/15/20, has no prior violations with the PDC. So staff recommends that you find a violation of RCW 4217A 700 against Randy Robinson for failing to timely file the F1 report and assess an appropriate penalty in accordance with WAC 390-37-143 for a filer with no prior violations who filed the report prior to the date of the hearing, and that penalty would be $150.
Thank you, Fox. Would you like to be heard at this time, Ms. Robinson?
Yes, I am not excusing my lateness in filing. What caused it in part was spending a fair amount of time in the hospital, which precluded my getting to my business office where my past filing was done. So that's the reason why.
Thank you very much. I will find a violation of RCW 4217A I will suspend $50 of that amount due to extenuating circumstances. And so when the order comes, it will that will be within 30 days. Then you will see that suspension a part of, which will also our usual boilerplate will say that there must be no violation of our statute in the next 4 years. And if that's true, then you never have to worry about an amount. But if there's any future violation of the disclosure laws, then that would then become due and payable as well. So that's that will be ruling in the matter.
Okay, thank you for your consideration.
You're welcome, and you're welcome to depart at this point and go on about your day.
Okay, thank you very much. Have a good day.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Fox.
All right, well, let's see who's next. We have Rodenberg Lee, 80268, which it's in the same group, F1 report filed after the hearing notice, no prior violations.
And what was the last name again? Robin something?
Rodenberg.
Rodenberg? No.
RODENBERG.
Okay, not finding it yet. Oh, this is on the initial page that I had. Okay, go ahead. Contact him. I assume that's a he. I don't know. First initial LE is.
Perhaps you should ask.
There you go.
Hello.
Good afternoon. This is David Ammons. I'm the presiding officer at the Public Disclosure Commission this afternoon. We have arrived at your case, and if you have time, we would welcome you to participate.
Certainly.
This we're required by state law to put you under oath, and all witnesses we treat the same way, and has already been. So if you would raise your right hand wherever you are and be sworn in. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
He does. Fox, would you briefly present this matter?
Absolutely. Thank you, Chair Ammons. This is PDC case 80268 for Lee Rodenberg, who is or was a city council member for the city of Gig Harbor. Staff is alleging that the respondent violated RCW 4217A 700 by failing to timely file the Personal Financial Affairs Statement or F1 report. The F1 report was due to be filed with the PDC no later than April 15th, 2020, disclosing financial activities for calendar year 2019. The respondent filed the missing report on 12/15/20. Has no prior violations with the PDC, and so staff is recommending that you find a violation of RCW 4217A 700 against Lee Rodenberg for failing to timely file the F1 report and assess an appropriate penalty in accordance with WAC 390-37-143 for a filer with no prior violations who filed the F1 report by the date of the hearing, which would be $150.
Thank you very much. I have no other questions. Mr. Rottenberg, would you like to be heard at this time?
Well, certainly. I certainly accept responsibility for that. I know that ultimately it was my responsibility to make sure that got filed. I have an excuse, but again, not trying to make excuses, just trying to tell how that happened. And that is that being new to the election process, as well as holding elective office, I had a treasurer in my campaign that went ahead and was my treasurer through 2019 and 2020. And he had filed all my reports for me on time. He would he'd send them to me, and he'd show them to me and ask for me to approve them, then he'd file them. And I mistakenly thought that this was one that he was going to file. And when I got the notice from PDC, I sent it to him, and he actually sent me something that said I have the email right in front of me. And as a matter of fact, I sent that request to him 25 minutes after I had received it from PDC. So he sent me something that said, there's no activity to report on my account, and he'll wait till there is something to report. So I was under the mistaken impression that there was nothing to do and that he had already filed it. And frankly, I'm embarrassed to say that when I got subsequent notices from the CDC, I thought that, well, gee, it's a big government agency. My treasurer, whose name is Jason McLeod from Northwest Elect, had already done it, and I mistakenly thought it had been done. And after repeated attempts by you to let me know that it was overdue, I sent Jason email, and it got kicked back to me as if he wasn't there anymore. So then I filed it. So I apologize and accept full responsibility.
Yeah, I think there's a little confusion between the F1, which is the candidate or office holder's responsibility, and not to a treasurer. The treasurers typically are involved on C1 process for receiving campaign donations.
I realize that now, and I also understand that ignorance is no excuse. So I understand it fully now. I actually have a reminder on my telephone to file the next one on time.
Well, I appreciate that that explanation, and sadly, I can't really relieve you of your obligation to timely file your F1. So I will find that there is a violation of our 4217A 700, and I will impose the penalty that is in the WAC for similar cases, and that will be $150 and not be due and payable until after you get a letter from the commission within about 30 days. Okay. So that will be my ruling.
Fine, thank you.
So thank you very much for participating, and have a good rest of the day.
Thank you. Same to all of you. Bye now.
Bye-bye.
Okay. So we have two more on the agenda. The next one up is Kate Russler, 80223. Oh, no, that's not the right case number. Oh, I see. So it is 80223. Randy Robinson was 80233, and that is what confused me. So that is the same grouping, F1 report filed after the hearing notice, before the hearing, no prior violations.
Are we talking about Mary Kate Rustler
Yes.
8023 case?
Yes.
Okay, that's batched at the very
Oh, is it?
top of
Okay.
our order, along with Larry Gossett and the man we just dealt with. Okay, go ahead and dial her.
Hello.
Good afternoon. This is David Ammons, presiding officer at the Public Disclosure Committee. We have, if you've got a few minutes, we have arrived at your case and understand that you would like to participate. The first thing we need to do is swear you in, which is required of all witnesses. And so if you would be so kind as to raise your right hand and be sworn, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will give in today's proceeding will be the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Very good. I appreciate that. Our staff person, Fox, will now a brief description of the case.
Okay, I'm not hearing anything.
Fox, you're muted.
That's because
again, that happened. I'm sorry. From the top. So thank you, Chair
As
Ammons.
I was saying.
This is PDC case 80223 concerning Mary Kate Rustler, who is or was a school director for Sultan School District 311. Staff is alleging that the respondent violated RCW 4217A 700 by failing to timely file the F1 report or personal financial affairs statement. The F1 report was due to be filed with the PDC no later than April 15th, 2020, disclosing financial activities for calendar year 2019. The respondent filed the missing report on December 12th, 2020. The respondent has no prior violations with the PDC. And so staff recommends that you find a violation of RCW 4217A 700 against Mary Kate Rustler for failing to timely file the F1 report and assess an appropriate penalty in accordance with WAC 390-37-143 for a filer with no prior violations who filed the F1 report by the date of the hearing, and that penalty is $150.
Thank you very much. Mr. Rustler, would you like to be heard?
Yes, I would.
Go ahead.
Okay. When I found out that I needed to file and we received a phone call, the district did, from Tony with your office, I, at that time, had 3 grandchildren all doing remote learning, and kind of grandma stepped in and life was kind of a mess, and I thought I had sent it in, and obviously it didn't go through, so I refiled, and from now on, I know that it's due in April. I didn't realize that. I've also been a water commissioner and only had to file when I ran for office, so I guess I just missed it. So, you know, it won't happen again. Now I know I do it the same time I do my taxes, and we should be good to go from here forward.
Thank you. Thank you for that explanation. Lives are crazy right now, and we try to take some acknowledgement of that. So I will find a violation of RCW 217A 700, and the penalty narrowly is $150. I will mitigate that and suspend $100 of that so that it would leave $50 due and payable. This is suspended. You will find in a letter we send you in the next 30 days will be forever suspended if there's no future violation of our disclosure laws of Washington. And if there could be any difficult or violations in the future, then this suspended 100 would become due and payable at that time as well. That will be my order in this matter. Appreciate your public service and also acknowledge that grandmotherly duties and other things going on right now can be very distracting. And I know you know, as a water commissioner and now in Sultan, that the Disclosure Act is very important. It was created by transparency and campaigns and those who hold offices is very important. And I'm sure you acknowledge that as well.
Yes.
So that's why I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt on this.
Well, I appreciate that, sir, and appreciate your guys' time.
You bet. Thank you for your service, and you're welcome to depart and get on about your day now.
Okay, thank you very much. I hope your afternoon goes smoother.
Thank you.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
And Chair
So
Emmons,
does that complete all of the telephone
it does not.
contact? Does not. Go ahead.
I wanted to, before we move on to the last telephone I have for you, I wanted to clarify because you were cutting out a bit, at least in my stream during the order. Did you say assess 150? Okay. Did you say assess a penalty of 150, suspend 100 of it?
That's correct.
Okay, and you, it sounded like you suspended the penalty forever. Did you want to do that for the period of 4 years?
I said going that suspension presumed no violations for years.
For 4
otherwise,
years.
and otherwise, if there were, otherwise it would be
okay.
Payable.
I wasn't sure if that was an intentional deviation or not, so I appreciate the clarification.
No, no, mixing it up a little bit, I guess.
We're almost done. I get it. Okay.
Promises.
Okay. So the last phone participant I have for you is Kim Roscoe. Roscoe is the last name. PDC case 80246. F1 report filed. No prior violations, either at the top or in the 11 a.m.
Very good. Thank you.
Of
Go
course.
ahead and call filer.
Thank you. Hello? Kim, can you hear us?
Hello. Yep, this is Kim Roscoe.
Hi, good afternoon, I should say. This is David Ammons, the presiding officer for today's brief enforcement hearings in Olympia at the PDC. And we understand that you wanted to participate as we're looking at your case. So that's why we have reached out to you. The first step will be to have you sworn in, which is required of all people with business before us in disciplinary matters or enforcement matters, I should say. So if you would raise your right hand and be sworn in.
Yep.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Very good. Thank you. She does. And staff, Fox will give a brief summation of this case.
All right. Thank you, Chair Ammons. So this is PDC case 80246 concerning Kim Roscoe, who is or was an official who is or was a city council member for the city of Fife. Staff is alleging that Kim Roscoe violated RCW 4217A 700 for failure to timely file the Personal Financial Affairs Statement, or F1 report, which was due to be filed no later than April 15th, 2020, disclosing financial activities for calendar year 2019. The F1 report was filed on 12/14/2020. The respondent has no prior violations with the PDC. Staff recommends that you find a violation of RCW 4217A 700 for failing to timely file the F1 report and assess an appropriate penalty in accordance with WAC 390-37-143 for a filer with no prior violations who filed the F1 report by the date of the hearing. And that would be $150.
Thank you very much, Fox. Ms. Roscoe, would you like to make any comments at this point?
Sure. I will just comment. Yes, it is definitely on me to have missed the original date, and the paperwork was clear in that the statement of understanding and a check needed to be received. Oh, actually, so I do now realize I wasn't as confused as I thought I was. On this printed statement of understanding, where I actually put my name and sign my signature, it reads, I understand this will resolve all issues with the PDC regarding my failure to timely file the F1 report, provided that a check or money order for $100, your F1 report completed online, and this signed statement of understanding are all received by Thursday, December 17th, 2020. So I did read that date a couple of times, and then yesterday I drove to Olympia to submit this document and a check, and had completed the report a couple days prior. But then after talking to folks yesterday on the phone and looking at the other documentation, the date in other spots is indicated as December 10th. And there was also, until just now, I was going to just submit this feedback in person or in writing after the fact, because I completely agree that I did not submit by April 15th. But as I have gotten closer to this deadline and tried to make good, I'm realizing that the information received via mail and even email yesterday has been contradictory. So all that being said, I do wish to now say, instead of the 150, I would like to pay the 100. I do know that my paperwork said to mail it, but it didn't indicate that there wasn't the option to drop it off, so I assumed that there was an option. That's my comments for now.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that, and I can see there was an intent to go through that statement of understanding process. Fox, your thoughts on how we can resolve this most expeditiously?
Yeah. So here,
do we show any sign that it has arrived?
So what I have is a note. Kim called us while downstairs, unable to deliver it because the offices are closed due to COVID. So I do have confirmation that that occurred. And what we did in the previous case, because this is really a matter of the hearing notice says December 10th in 3 places. The statement of understanding says December 17th. Both of them are legal documents. It's weighing the documents. And so what we can do, because now we've passed the SOU deadline, is we can issue an order finding a violation, because the SOU is just a document that acknowledges a violation of that. And then rather than assessing the penalty of $150, you could assess a penalty of $100. We can't take your money today. We have to wait until the order is issued, because otherwise it's not legally due, and so we can't take your money for it. But that way it would still be $100. It would just be an order saying it happened instead of one that you sign saying that it happened. And functionally in the future, if there was ever an issue in the future, it's considered exactly the same.
Yeah. Well, very, very good. That's in that regard, there was a violation of RCW 4217A 700, and the ordinary penalty for is $150. I will suspend $50 of that, bringing us back to the $100 that it would have been under the statement of understanding process. So as you've heard, this would be precisely the same.
Chair
It
Evans,
is one little thing that you'll note. Yes, go ahead.
Would you like it to be, if you suspend it, you're assessing $150, or you could just assess $100? What is your intent?
Oh, that's where I want to get to. So if it's clearer to just assess $100, then what I'll do, and there won't be a suspension issue. Right? Good,
Yeah,
good,
that's
good,
consistent
good,
with the prior
good
decision.
thinking. That's my order then, that the penalty will be $100, and an order will be sent out within 30 days, and then that will be the end of it.
Well, then I'll submit my payment, right?
Thank you very much for.
Yeah, but please don't submit it until we've sent you the order. It'll give you instructions. Please follow those instructions.
Yes. Okay.
Thank you.
That makes sense.
Thank you very much for participating, and you're welcome to leave and get on about your afternoon now.
All right. Well, thank you, presiding officer, and
You're more than welcome.
thank you for holding these hearings today, and have a great holiday season.
You too. You too.
Thank you.
Okay.
Bye.
Thank you.
Chair Ammons?
Yes.
We have received a voicemail. Time-stamped was 11:56 a.m. Requesting to participate, or if you would prefer, I can read the voicemail.
Go ahead and read the voicemail.
Okay. So this is, let me find the case number now that it's out of order. Bear with me here. This is candidate Ryan Vance, and the case number is 80159. So he's under filed F1 report, first violation. Did you find him?
Not yet.
Okay. It's a big list. He should be.
Okay, I'm on the candidates list.
Yeah, page
now,
4. Yeah.
What is his name?
Ryan Vance.
Did you say page?
Page 4. I hope.
Well,
If our
we have
pages
different
still
page
align.
4s. I'm going off of the hearing case, and I have candidates. Oh,
It
there
is
he is.
10:35.
He's at the top of the. Yeah, he's at the top of that list. Okay.
So the voicemail reads, hello, my name is Ryan Vance. I'm calling because I had a hearing this morning over the phone for December 17th at 9:30 a.m. It was in regard to an F1 enforcement hearing. Unfortunately, I slept in past it. I have some family members that I'm currently with who are sick, and we're waiting on the test to come back. But unfortunately, I slept through the hearing. I'm just calling to see if there is any kind of steps that I need to take, or if regardless, if there is any additional enforcement hearing details, such as fines and civil penalties, such as that. I understand this is not an excuse that such faster, but I just want to be aware so I can be reached at this number. And they give their phone number. I'm available throughout the day at any time. Leave a voicemail if you can't get a hold of me, and I'll try to get back to you. Thank you.
And this is an automatic transcription of voicemails done through Microsoft Teams. So that might have contributed to some of the lack of clarity.
I tried to correct some of that.
So this person thought there was a hearing on his case at 9:30. I don't understand that.
Yeah,
Did he slip through?
They did not respond that they wanted to participate. I have no correspondence to that nature.
I guess I'll follow staff direction or input on this. My instinct is just to move forward with the record and rule on the record.
Okay, so staff recommendation on this would be, as there's no prior violations, the candidate did file the F1 report prior to the hearing, but did not submit a signed statement of understanding. The penalty would be assessed at $150.
And didn't hear any particular mitigating circumstances other than circumstances today about participating. So I will. What is the office that Ryan ran for or ran for or may have won or lost? I don't know.
State Representative, Legislative District 9.
Okay, Eastern Washington. So I think I will go ahead and rule on this one based on the record and staff presentation and recommendation. I will find a violation RCW 4217A 710. Is this correct under the header 710?
700.
Instead of 700. 700. Okay, I don't know why it says 710 in a number of places. And I will impose the standard penalty from the penalty schedule of $150. Do you need anything further on this case?
Thank you.
And it might, well, if somebody on staff has time to call this person and just explain what has happened, and if they have any other questions. He sounded a little confused about obligations and so forth, but didn't offer any real mitigation in his voicemails.
Okay.
That would be a nice step. Okay, I will move along then to the one you want to bring up next.
That's going to be the written.
Yeah, that one's mine, Commissioner Ammons.
Okay.
It's Diane Borstler, PDC case number 80177. Diane did want to participate, but she couldn't do so by phone. So she did send some written materials. You would have gotten those last night. I don't know if you've had a chance to read through it. It's rather lengthy.
I did read. Yes, I did.
Okay.
I did read that.
Oh, thank you. So in the interest of speeding up the hearing and maybe protecting a little bit of Diane's privacy, you see that she had a number of unfortunate events happen in her life with her family, and she's struggling and has a severe hardship, a financial hardship, and wanted to sign the SOU and pay the $100, but she can't even afford the $100. And so I'm going to read this into the record, but my recommendation would be to suspend the full amount. She did file the F1 3 days after she got the hearing notice, so she did file it quickly and did contact us right away to let us know that that she was struggling. So I'm going to go ahead and read the rest of it into the record, though, so I think I've got ahead of myself. So this is Diane Borstler was, and she stepped down now, but she was serving as a school director for Orcas Island School District 137, which is an unpaid position. She has filed her F1 report, and she did reach out to us about her hardship and asked if we could waive the $100. And I told her we didn't have the authority. So that's why we brought that forward to you for the hearing, to see how you wanted to handle that. And I'm available for any questions.
Now, would this be 150 would be the standard penalty?
Well, this is complicated because it is now. If she had been able to afford the SOU, it would have been $100. So, but she didn't have the money to send in to us. So, but once you get to the hearing and you participate, you can assess anything from $0 to $150. That is subject to the presiding officer's discretion.
Right. Well, I did read her mitigating circumstances, and they were pretty compelling. So I to get to $0. So I don't know, pursuant what Fox and I were discussing a while ago, whether that's a suspension or whether that's just saying there will be no penalty, or what is the best way to dispose of this case, to find a violation, but no penalty attached there too.
Is that how you want to proceed? Say assess a violation but $0 penalty?
If that makes sense, and you all have been working this longer than I have, but that's the result I want, and I want to do it in a proper fashion.
Okay. Well, might I suggest?
So I would rule that there is a violation of RCW 4217A 700.
Okay.
In this case, and you were going to make a suggestion as to penalty.
Well, if you assess a penalty,
how to say that?
If you assess a penalty and then suspend all or part of it, then you have to put in the conditional 4-year language. If you just assess no penalty, then it wouldn't have those same conditions. So it kind of depends on if you want to have that on record or not. she is admitting to the violation. She just had circumstances that prevented her from resolving it prior to the hearing with an SOU. So I don't think she's disputing the violation. It's just the money that's the issue.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. I agree. Fox or Tabitha Townsend, do you have any coach?
Sure. So
for me?
if I'm understanding the question, and correct me if I'm wrong, I think that, are you asking whether you have the authority to issue zero? Because if so, you have the authority to assess no penalty. You could find a violation, there would be an order. If there were future violations, that would factor into a higher penalty later. But if you assess zero penalty, you have no carrot to induce future compliance. So if you want to assess zero, you can. If you want to assess up to 150, any amount up to 150, then you may do so, and then suspend down. If you suspend it, let's say it was 150 penalty that you suspended all of, that means that if this filer failed to file this specific report in the future, then that would count as a prior violation. But if they made any violation at all of any of our statutes or rules, then that violation, that suspended penalty amount, that 150, would be due and payable at that time. So it can come back.
Okay. I find myself leaning toward the zero rather than suspension to get to zero. So that's what I'll order in this matter.
Thank you.
Do you need anything else on this?
I don't think so. So just to confirm, I think I heard you say that you're going to find a violation, but the penalty amount is zero.
Correct.
Nice and clean.
And could somebody, since we didn't have telephone communication, could somebody call her and just say, give her the good news?
Oh, absolutely. I usually send an email out.
So it's not hanging over her. Thank you. That'll work.
Absolutely. Yeah, I will do that.
Thank you. I was touched by her mitigating. Next up.
I believe that moves us into the true group and out of participation.
Right.
Okay.
The 1040 cluster. Okay. How many are left in there? There's 1, 2.
I only have.
There's only 2 left. Hank and Lerner Limbach.
Yes.
With that fact pattern. Okay.
Correct.
So talk to me about those cases, and then I'll make one, presumably one order that will be sent out for each separately.
Okay, so we have PDC for 80161 against William Hank Dole, and 80158 against Lerner. The positions, I don't forget to give you this, were for Mr. Dole, we have County Treasurer in Chelan County, sorry. And then for Limbach, I have County Council in San Juan County. These candidates were seeking off the aforementioned offices in 2020. The candidates are both first-time candidates, and both show this is their first violation. They failed to file the F1 prior to the hearing, and staff would recommend the penalty of $250.
Did you say 250?
Yes.
Thank you. There's a little audio glitch there. I will rule these two cases, which will be treated the same and with separate orders, finding a violation of RCW 4217 A
700.
Yeah, 700, and that the penalty per the penalty schedule of $250 will be assessed and imposed in both cases.
Perfect.
Very good. Let's move to the next cluster, the 1050 group. Looks like 5 names are still on, or 6, 5 names, yeah.
Okay, so Dave, are you in the F1 reports for annual officials, that cluster? Okay. So we have
Starting with Brian Burrow.
Correct.
Yes.
And would you like me to read each one and then the position? Okay. So we have, let me get to the list here. So the first case in this grouping is Brian Burrow, PDC case number 80181. And let me, one moment, there's not an easy way to look up the jurisdictions here. Brian is or was a charter school director for Pride Preparatory. The next one is Alex Davis, PDC case number 80171. And Alex is or was, one moment here. Alex is or was school director for Franklin Pierce School District number 402. Jody Etter, ETTER, PDC case number 80202. Position is or was, one moment here. Oh, that's not right. One moment.
Do you want me to assist with the positions while you read the name and the case number?
Yeah, because it is slowing me down. I'm sorry. Jody is a hospital commissioner for Grant County Hospital District 3. The next one is Ronald Helmans, HELMONDS, and Ronald's case number is 80212.
Fire Commissioner for Jefferson Fire Protection District 3.
Thank you. The next
he moved from the 11 o'clock cluster to this one then.
We had several.
Oh, my apologies if I missed one. Okay. Mark Hudson. Did Mark move as well? Let's go through my paper.
We had a lot of people that filed their reports at that last moment, so they might move from that 11 o'clock to the 1050.
I have Mark Christie. I don't.
That's just fine. Import them to this cluster we're in now, and we'll handle them all as one motion.
Okay. Mark Hudson, HUTSON, PDC case number 80208.
City Council member, City of Milton.
Then we have Katie Marks, PDC case number 80262.
And sorry, that one moved around on me. Oh, I think it's backwards. Okay. So school director, Port Angeles School District 121.
The next person is Neil Martin, PDC case number 80227.
School director, Republic School District 309.
We have Robert Rogers, PDC case number 80391.
City Council member, City of Aberdeen.
And we have Joseph Romero, PDC case number 80269.
School director, Puyallup School District 3.
We have Jeremy Sullivan,
Okay.
PDC case number 80281.
We have State Board or Commission member for Salmon Recovery Funding Board.
We have Ryan Vanquill, PDC case number 80289.
And that is School Director, Auburn School District 408.
And last but not least, we have Anthony Veliz, PDC case number 80174.
School Director, Clover Park School District 400.
All of the aforementioned individuals.
I don't, would you tell me the one again? I didn't spot it on that 11 o'clock.
Anthony
Close.
Veliz.
O-B?
No. V as in Victor.
Or V as in Victor?
Yes. Veliz, V-E-L-I-Z. I believe Anthony's one of the ones that moved recently. It may have been on the
I don't
next page.
see, I don't see that person that starts with a V as in Victor Veliz.
Yeah, I believe he
So
went
I
from
will
not filing to filing. Pardon?
He is in the initial up above list, the original 1050 list.
Yes, that's how I just found him as well.
That's why I was looking down below. Okay.
Yeah, I think it's because he filed his F1. So all of the aforementioned
So
individuals.
tell me about this category.
Okay, these individuals did file the F1 report after the hearing notice, but before the hearing, they did not sign a statement of understanding, and they have no prior violations. So according to WAC 390-37-143, which is the penalty schedule for this situation, recommending assessing a penalty of $150.
250?
No, 150 because they filed the report before the hearing and it's a first violation.
Right. You keep breaking up right when you say the number.
I'm sorry. I'll talk a little slower.
$250.
Yeah, it's 150.
150. Okay,
Yeah.
I thought you said 250.
Yes.
All right. 150. Going once, going twice. So for all of the cases that have been called up with a common fact pattern rule that there has been a violation of RCW 4217A700, and that pursuant to the penalty schedule, that a penalty of $150 will be assessed to each.
Good, thank you.
Thank you. Very good. So that then moves us to the remainder of the 11 o'clock list, does it not? Be able to file report before here, annual officials.
Yes. Tabitha, would you be willing
Who
to?
is handling that?
That will be me, Commissioner Ammons. Tabitha, would you be willing to read the jurisdiction again? That went faster.
Sure, and I'll pull
11 o'clock. Oh, I'm sorry. You were talking to her.
I'm gonna pull Ding Berkeley out of the group.
Yes, I was gonna skip Teen.
So I'll just get that one out of the way really quick, if you don't mind.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay. So Dean Berkeley, annual official, case number 80192, Fire Commissioner Whatcom Fire Protection District 21. This would be a first violation. He did not file the report prior to the hearing. There were several communications between myself and the respondent, and there is a willful intent to disobey the law, and I wanted that to make sure and be reflected in the record. I also wanted to make sure that in the order, we do put in that he is required to file that report within 30 days, as well as any penalty that's assessed. My recommendation would be for the standard $250 penalty to be assessed, as there was no report filed before the hearing and no SOU.
Okay, I will find in this case a violation of 4217A 700 and assess the standard penalty per the penalty schedule of $250, and with the other language that Tabitha Townsend would like to include in that report, I will concur with.
Thank you.
Very good. Are we back to the main of annual officials with no prior violations who did not file before the hearing?
Correct. Let me know when you're ready.
So we have ready to do that, and I would say for economy of dealing with these, that we don't need to go through the jurisdictions on these. If you would just give the names, and we will deal with them.
Thank you. And if you prefer, I think as an improvement, I could add a column for that next time, and that'll save a little bit of time.
I think that would be really helpful.
Okay.
That's the jurisdiction and the standard fine somewhere on these lists would be really helpful to the presiding officer. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to read this perhaps a little fast. Let me know if I need to slow down or repeat myself. So the individuals in this category are annual officials with no prior violation who failed to file the F1 report for the date of the hearing. The individuals are Gary Anderson, PDC case number 80217, Leah Bowen, PDC case number 80267, Jesse Campos.
Andrew Bicar, did we skip over him?
Bicar.
Number 3 on the list.
He got moved to.
Did we pull him off?
I don't think so. I think we just
Thank
moved
you. I didn't mark my copy. Thank you. So go ahead, Leah Bowen, you said.
Leah Bowen, and then we have Jesse Campos, PDC case number 80265. And then Tennille Carpenter, PDC case number 80182. We have Noe Castillo, PDC case number 80183. Joshua Coleman, PDC case number 80185. Brenda Covington, PDC case number 80186. James Curtis, case number 80187. Talia Davis, PDC case number 80390. Jesse Deerdorf, case number 80263. Jasmine Dickoff, case number 80245. Kenneth Dyball, case number 80206. Donald Ellis, case number 80201. Josie Ellison, case number 80218. Jill Geary, case number 80195. Ronald Gierke, case number 80213. Gladys Gillis, case number 80220. Kenneth Grassi, case number 80205. Todd Huck, case number 80199. Scott Hughes, case number 80196. Brenda Kinzer, case number 80239. Jerry Lord, case number 80264. David Lutz, case number 80231. Kelly McGill, case number 80255. Kurt Mertz, M-E-R-Z, case number 80221. James Moss, case number 80254. Charla Newman, case number 80266. Anthony Pratt, case number 80173. Robert Ransom, case number 80247. Jonathan Roadback, case number 80261. Lauren Rux, R-U-X, case number 80251. Karen Steele, case number 80279. Mary Tompkins, case number 80278. And Clayton Whitehead, case number 80184. Judy Williams, case number...
Did you say Robert? Did you cover Robert Thorpe?
Robert Thorpe. No, Robert got moved. He is on... Where's Robert? He's on the next page. He'll be in the next bucket. He got moved.
Thank you.
Thank you. Where did we leave off? Did you get Clayton Whitehead?
Yes.
Okay. And then Judy Williams, case number 80240.
How about Cynthia Williams? How about Cynthia Williams?
Cynthia is... Cynthia Williams. Did we already hear her? That might have been resolved. Let me take a look here. I don't know where Cynthia Williams is. One moment. Well, unless someone's using a different first name. What's the case number for that, Commissioner?
It is 80282. Let's see. No, excuse me. Yeah, that's right. 282.
80282.
That may have closed. It doesn't appear that there is an 80282 on these lists.
Oh, there was a noticing issue, it looks like, of the hearing notice. So I think we pulled that.
So pull her from the list.
Yeah, she reached out to us just recently, I guess, and she didn't receive the hearing notice by mail or email. So I still need to talk to her, but she'll be in round 2. We're gonna re-notice her.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry about that. Did you get Judy Williams, Commissioner? 80240.
Yep.
And then we're almost done. I have Troy Wright, and that one is case number 80287. And then Joan Young, case number 80272. And those are all the individuals in this category. So all of the persons just named have no prior violations and failed to file the F1 report before the hearing. So we're recommending the standard penalty for that situation, which is $250 with no suspended. And that is pursuant to WAC 390-37-143. I'm available for questions.
Thank you. And your voice is going to need a rest this afternoon. Thank you for going down that long list. I'm ready to rule on this list of cases as a cluster, dealing with a virtually identical fact pattern in each. We'll find that each has violated RCW 4217A700, and I will follow staff advice or suggestion for using the standard penalty per the penalty schedule, which in each case is $250.
Commissioner, I would also like to put something in the order that the F1 report is due within 30 days.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Good work. Let's move along to the 1145 cluster. Who is handling that?
That would be me, Chair Ammons, Tabitha. And I'm going to do an abbreviated presentation again, like we've been doing here. So I have Thomas Engel, 80194, Michael Kaiser, 80242, Jonathan Leonard, 80238, Eileen McCall.
Where do we find Jonathan?
This is under annual
Jonathan
officials.
Came from another list.
Oh, he's probably on the failed to file previously because he is filed now.
I'm not understanding what you're saying. Oh, Jonathan Leonard, I see him on the 10th list that we had. So have we disposed of this case then?
No, it's been moved to this section. He has not been
And we
heard.
took that action earlier. He was not considered when we considered that the 1050 group.
No.
So what you're saying?
Correct.
Thank you.
No problem. So just, I don't remember if I got it all in. Jonathan Leonard, 80238. Eileen McCall, 80243. Aaron McCardle, 80257. And Robert Thorpe, 80280.
Where did we find Mr. Thorpe? From above.
Yeah.
That was from the previous cluster. I have him marked off.
And
okay.
he ended up filing, so he moved. This group of individuals are the annual officials with one prior violation who filed their F1 report before hearing, but did not enter into an SOU. Sorry, give me 1 second here to get to my spot. And we have nothing there. Second violation. Okay, here it is. So these would be considered second violations with the report being filed prior to the hearing. The recommended penalty per WAC 390 37143 is $300 at this level.
300.
Yes.
Thank you. I will find in each of these cases that have just been enumerated a violation of RCW 4217A 700. I'll be reciting that in my sleep tonight. And I will impose the penalty that is called out in the penalty schedule of $100 in each case, due and payable within 30 days after receiving the order.
Perfect. And I'm sorry, you added in the caveat about oh, no, we don't need the 4-year. Okay, sorry about that. So our next group is also annual officials.
Did you want to add any other language? Is that what you're about to say?
No, I was going to ask about 4
Okay.
years. We didn't suspend anything.
Okay.
So
right.
In the 11:55 a.m. group, I have 3. Andrew Bickar, 80172. John Martin, 80235. And Daniel Stillings, 80273.
Where did we get the last 2 names that you called out? I'm trying to keep the lists
Right. So
in front of me, and
these are second violation with no report filed. So they have 1 prior violation. Do you see that section?
how does this different from the cluster we just did?
So
the previous one did file the F1 before the hearing.
Correct.
So this group that we're starting now failed to file the F1 before the hearing. Okay, could we start again with this, and I want to try to keep track of where everyone has come from.
Yeah.
Okay. So John Martin, did you say?
John Martin, 80235.
Right.
And Daniel Stillings, 80273.
Okay, let me see Daniel if I can spot. I see him from so his case wasn't handled in the 11 o'clock list. Then that's where I found him.
Yeah, no.
Okay. Alrighty, continue. And Bicker, did you say?
Yes, Andrew Bicker.
Let me see if I can find.
And some of those were in that no prior violations, and then upon further review and checking, there was a violation found, a prior violation. So that caused him to move.
And it appears that
I see the name.
On the case list that we sent you yesterday, all 3 of those people are under 1155. Is that information helpful to you? Or are you looking at the one from Monday? I can pull that up for you.
Andrew Bicker was on the 11 o'clock Buster.
Oh, that must be the Monday one.
Yeah, when we were in the 11 o'clock, we identified that one as being down further in the list. That'll be in the record that you had stopped
Okay.
and asked about that.
Okay. Thanks.
No problem.
Are there more? Are there more in this group?
Nope, just these three.
Alrighty.
So these are,
And what? Robert Rorick, did we say anything about Robert Rorick?
no, he's in the next group.
Okay. Okay, and what is the penalty schedule?
Okay. So these are the annual officials with one prior violation who failed to file the F1 report before hearing. This puts the penalty schedule at $500.
Okay, and there is that the recommendation of staff?
That is. Thank you.
Okay. I will rule on this group at this time. I will find a violation of RCW 4217A 700 and impose the standard penalty per the penalty schedule of $500 for each, payable within 30 days of receiving the order.
Perfect. Thank you. One last group, Chair Ammons. We're almost done.
I was having so much fun.
So this group just has three people. I have Gerald Haynes, 80211, Robert Rorick, 80225, and Danny Walling, 80285. These three individuals were annual officials with two prior violations who failed to file the F1 report before the hearing. And per penalty schedule associated with WAC 390-37-143, that brings the penalty to, I'm so sorry, I believe it is $1,000, but I would like to, yes, $1,000.
Okay, and the brief enforcement hearing officer has authority to go up to 1,000, correct?
Up to, yes.
Right. Up to and including, right?
Yes.
Since this is a large fine, I would just like to put in the record attempts to contact each of those persons and whether we have reason to believe that they received one or more notices of their requirement to file.
Of course. Let me pinpoint them on my list so that I can read them quickly for you. Okay, so I have Gerald Haynes. We got no return mail. Emails were successful. Looks like we had valid email address. For Robert Rorick, we have no return mail. The email address, we did have an email bounce. Danny Walling, we did not receive return email or any email bouncing. And if you'd like, I can pull up Robert Rorick's case and give you some more information there. That's the one where the email bounced. So give me 1 second. Usually if an email bounces.
Does your record also show when telephone attempts to reach by phone are made?
So those were done by our team and customer service together. And those were done over a good chunk of time. Let me see here when that took place. I have the list, so bear with me here. So those started in July. It looks like July 27th. We started calling annual officials. And that was calling. That was after sending emails with friendly reminders. And these phone calls, we called the officials, and we also called some of the jurisdictions if we were unable to get a hold of officials. So
I'm just wondering, for repeat offenders like this, if there was a person-to-person contact over telephone or any emails come to acknowledge that they're working on it, or
Do you mind if I jump
extenuating
in?
circumstances? Yeah, please.
Okay. So I just found the list that Tabitha was talking about. So we called Bob Rorick. We're unable to reach him at the phone number that we had on file, which is a number that is provided by the filer. And so then we called the jurisdiction, got a hold of someone there who was going to get the fire chief involved, and that they don't have good information. They have trouble reaching Bob Rorick. This has been consistent over prior years and prior violations. The email address that we sent to was the SCAMANIAFireDistrict4.org. And so that is the record of contacts with this person in this particular year.
So that we know that it was sent, not necessarily that it was opened or read, correct?
So the way that that service law works is that when it's deposited into the U.S. mail, it is considered served. It is only considered not served if it is returned to us. The U.S. Postal Service is required to return undeliverable mail to any state agency that sends it out so that we can track whether it was served or not. The same is true of email, in that if it doesn't bounce, we assume it's served, and that's a legal assumption that we can fall back on. Here, we immediately received an email bounce. We did not, however, receive returned mail, so there is no indication that Robert Rorick did not get properly served. In addition, we reached out using the information that we had, and we contacted the jurisdiction, and the jurisdiction reached out to him through multiple people. And that is the record that we have, and there's no more about that in the contacts.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. The order, I presume, include boilerplate about the right to appeal if there are any extenuating circumstances and we finally get their attention with a $1,000 fine.
Yeah.
They might actually come forward. Okay. Anything further on these three cases?
No.
Hearing none, I will find a violation of RCW 4217A700, and pursuant to the penalty schedule, I will impose a $1,000 penalty for each of these individuals, with that amount payable within 30 days of is it the issuance of the order or receipt of? When does that start tolling?
I do believe it's the issuance, Fox.
Yeah, absolutely. So back to that service rule with mailing, it's the day that it is emailed and or put into the postal service.
Very good.
So send it out.
I don't know what we'll do without you, Fox. All of that, you got that stuff at your fingertips. Thank you.
Yeah, of course.
Commissioner, this is Tabitha. I'm sorry to
yeah.
Can we ask for the reports within 30 days as well? Because they haven't filed still. Yeah.
Yes, of course.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. I just want to make sure.
Any boilerplate that is appropriate, I will, by reference, delegate that authority to put in the final order, which I don't see, but I will trust that it reflects the actions taken today. All of the other important information for the filers that you typically put in your reports. Well, does that complete our work today?
That's all of them.
It's only 2 o'clock. We need some more names.
Careful what you wish for.
Actually, I have to say, went smoother than I had anticipated. It was laborious, and with all of the contact by individuals that extended it. I do think that input from people that called and explained situation, and you will see that I did respond to some of those as extenuations, and so that is an important service to the filers. Whether they take it or don't take it is up to them, but I felt good about us being able to reach those people to tell us their stories, and sometimes it doesn't matter, and sometimes it does matter. I think, and thank you for your work. The team has been great, and we'll keep working on display and sort of making the lists usable for volunteer lay people that have to be on the end of it, and with our technology challenges with COVID right now, it's important that the docs be meaningful. I think the use of the hearing case list is, and if we could continue improving upon that as was suggested here today, that would certainly help my successors who are handling these in the future. And also, if you ever want to break into smaller groups, I mentioned this to BG. If you want to smaller blocks of these, if they start massing up, I could have seen doing like three days of a couple hours or 90 over several weeks, rather than the crunch of this time. So just a thought going forward as we continuously improve. Hearing nothing else, I will declare this this meeting concluded. Thank you all.
Thank you, Chair Ammons.
Thank you, Chair Ammons.
Bye-bye.